start. No, I think we'll get started. Hi, everyone. Hi, welcome to the Water Pavilion. It's the second to last day to COP. I hope you're still feeling lots of energy, ready to be here with us all day long. No, this is just a warm-up. Don't worry, Jorge. Okay, we're good to go. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Water Pavilion. We're glad you're here with us today. Today's the day when we're going to be talking about building community resilience through basic social services, water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. And we have a great program of events all through the day today. So we really hope that you'll stick with us and benefit from all the wonderful experiences and good practices that are going to be shared. My colleague Kate is going to walk us through the program, but first, we are very pleased that a representative from our host country will get us kicked off. His name is Dr. Mamdouh M. Hassan. He's the head of the Central Department for Technical Cooperation with the Nile Basin countries at the Nile Water Sector from the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. He's here with us to share some of the ways that Egypt is working for sustainable development, with a focus on SDG 6, of course. So first, we'll have this video from him. Dr. Hassan, over to you.
Head Central Department for Technical Cooperation with Nile Basin countries. I'm very pleased to be with you in this session online, and I was hoping to join you physically, but because of some circumstances, I was not able to come there. So I'll be happy to join this session with you and to share some experience in our neighboring countries in the Nile River Basin with some bilateral cooperation with them. So I know that we have limited time for presentation, so allow me to go ahead and make my presentation so we can see some of the project on the ground that we already have with our neighboring countries in Nile Basin. And this is covering some project for water and sanitation, providing water services for different purposes. So for my first slide here is talking about the bilateral cooperation project with Nile Basin countries is one of our main pillars for Egypt's national water policy to promote and strengthen the relation between Egypt and the Nile Basin countries, build mutual trust and confidence among the Nile Basin countries, assist Nile Basin countries to achieve sustainable development goals SDG 6.
Dr. Hassan, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Could you please share your screen? I know you have some very important images to show us from your PowerPoint. If you share your screen, then the participants here will be able to see it.
I thought that it is already shared with you, so I'm not sure it's something. Let me see.
I think if you just put it into presentation mode now, we should be good to go.
Let me see. Can you see it now?
We can see it very well. Thank you.
Okay.
You just need it in full presentation mode.
Full presentation mode. So, do you see it now or not?
We see it. We just also see your notes in the next slide.
Anyway,
okay, Dr. Hassan, our production team from here is saying that they will do it from here. Yes? Okay.
Do what?
It's good. Everything is good. Please continue.
يا باشمهندس انت عايز بس احطها، عاوز اشوفها انا قدامي، انا مش شايف، عايز اشوف البرزنتيشن عشان اقدر افهم.
You just need to tell us next slide.
اوكي افتح اي حاجه يا باشا شوفها بس انا عشان اعرف اتكلم منها. ممكن اعمل فيديو ابديت داون مثلا. فين فيديو ابديت؟
Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan. Please continue.
اوكي كده ايه؟ So this is now the first slide again now. Can you see the first slide now?
Very well. Please continue.
Yeah, so we finished with the first slide, and now for the second slide, what we do, our project is we work in field of aquatic weed control and management, rainwater harvesting dams, groundwater station for water supply, a flood mitigation project, construction of landing sites, construction of hydrological station, flood forecasting, capacity building, exchange of visits. And in this presentation, we focus on three in the rainwater harvesting dam, the groundwater station, and the flood mitigation project. So next slide here. Our goals, implementing development project in remote area. We go to remote areas to reach the poor people. Our target to improve the livelihood of local communities and contributing to achieve sustainable development goals SDG 6. And also technology transfer with relevant government bodies in the Nile Basin countries. This is important. Also, we insist on capacity building. So we will show some photos from reality on Uganda in South Sudan about the harvesting dams, small scale and medium scale, and also water supply station with sanitation services, and also will show some mitigation work for flood mitigation in Kasisi in western Uganda. So this is just showing a simple medium scale harvesting dam. We made this design in Egypt with cooperation with Ugandan colleagues to fulfill their needs. This is just in a small farms, and this is on reality. This is how it looks like on reality. This is some photo from the field. It shows that it can feed the people and can feed the livestock. This is another type of medium scale harvesting dams. This is also we designed this in Egypt and with cooperation with our colleagues also. And we work together to make the final design of this one. And typically, the size of this harvesting dams is about 20,000 meter cube. And this shows it has a like sedimentation basin, and then it has the very tank area, and it is fitted with elevated tank. And we use solar panel for sustainability purposes. We use solar panel to avoid using fuel and diesel, and because this is also expensive and sometimes it's not sustainable. So we work with all the project with solar system to avoid any difficulty to find the fuel for running the pump station. And another type of harvesting dam in South Sudan with different size. This is 30,000 meter cube with different design according to the needs of our colleagues there. And This one that I am showing now is under construction at that moment. We are working on it right now. And here the typical system for the water supply station that is groundwater well and elevated tank, and it's of course has a submersible pump to lift water from the ground to the elevated tank, and then it has this fence around the station, and it is also fitted with sanitation facilities. And here is this is a typical station in Uganda, and we here the photo shows also some children at the school that has some access to water. Here there is water taps in the school itself, and the station, as you can see, with the elevated tank in the other side of the screen. Here is also, it shows the location of the water taps. This is one of them at one of residential area, and another one close to a church over there. And this one in South Sudan, another type. It has also water taps for publics, and it has some pipes also that can fill some tankers to take water to another area. And here's some typical photo for some sanitation facilities connected to this place with septic tank. You can see in the left side the septic tank here, and you see the sanitation facility. This is the last thing to present today. This is the flood mitigation was in Assisi. This is a district in western Uganda, and this shows how the flood affects the area. It was really very extreme flood event. It was in 2015, I remember, and the government asked for support from Egypt, and we were happy to come and to help on that. And what we did, I don't want to, I know we have limited time, so I don't want to talk about much detail, but the catchment area here in Assisi, it has a very steep terrain, and the topography is very steep, and the water, when it comes, when you have a flash flood, it really brings a lot of water to some residential area, and the river was not.
Dr. Hassan, thank you so much. We do need to wrap up soon, so if you could please conclude. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Just 20 seconds. It just shows how this is the mitigation work here. This is the river after draining the river to receive the water, and by this some guardian work to protect the city. So by this, I came to the end of my presentation, and I thank you very much for sharing this presentation with you.
Dr. Hassan, thank you so much for joining us. And I really do apologize for the technical difficulties at the beginning, but thanks for getting us started today. I think you've given us a lot of food for thought, or maybe since this is the Water Pavilion, it's water for reflection or something like that. All day, we're going to be diving deeper into how all of this work in the region and beyond can help us achieve the SDGs, and especially SDG 6. So without further ado, I want to hand it over to my colleague, Kate, who's going to walk us through the day, and then we're off. Dr. Hassan, thank you so much for being with us.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, I'm Kate Medlicott from the World Health Organization. You'll be hearing more from me later, but for now, I just want to run you through our program. So hopefully we've got something for everybody here today. We've got 3 technical sessions with amazing speakers and case studies, as well as 2 social events and a spotlight session. So the first of our technical sessions starting soon is on building community resilience through basic services. We're then going to move into our second technical session on specifically on sanitation, the most lagging SDG, and a launch of a call to action. Then we'll be going into a social event, a second launching, which is on the climate resilience framework. We'll have a spotlight session on leadership, another social event focusing on a framework for corporate action, and then finally our final technical session with a focus on governance. So what are we doing about it, accountability and the enabling environment. So with that, I'd like to hand over to the lead of our first session, Jorge from UNICEF. Please, Jorge.
Thank you very much, Kate. So I think production is changing to the first session. But in the meantime, I would like to call to stage to Tanvi, Farai, Kate, and water and climate, because I believe it's a little bit the journey of many of us and the journey of many organizations. A bit more than 10 years ago, I was personally interested in climate. I'm a water and sanitation practitioner. I had interest in understanding what do I need to do different to address climate change. And I could hardly find any training that gave me the capacities that I needed to apply the climate science into the water and sanitation sector. That's 10 years ago. That's a long time, I think, in the nexus between water and climate. If we look at the number of trainings that are available now, if we look at what many organizations are doing, I think we have done a lot over the last few years. And in more recent times, I think there has been a lot of prioritization from many organizations. So today you're going to hear from some of the partner organizations what we're doing, what we are thinking, and how I can address this climate crisis in the sector. I think we came a little bit late. The first water pavilion was just last year in Glasgow. This is the second ever pavilion. This is the second ever day dedicated to climate resilient WASH. And this is despite the fact that water is at the center of the climate crisis. Climate is first felt through water, too much, too little, too polluted. So we really need to show that a basic service such as drinking water supply, sanitation, a basic human right is at the center of the climate response, because we are somehow part of the problem. The water supply sanitation sector contributes to greenhouse emissions, but it's also part of the solution in terms of adaptation. So both race to zero, race to resilience. I don't want to talk too much because we have a very packed agenda today. So I would like to pass the floor to Tanvi, who's going to share with us some examples on the nexus between water, sanitation, gender, and climate. The floor is yours, and also the control.
Thank you so much, Jorge, and it gives me great pleasure to talk to you a little bit about our work at WaterAid Australia across the gender, climate and health nexus. So for those of you who may not be familiar with WaterAid, we are a non-for-profit organisation that transforms the lives of millions of people by delivering access to safe water and sanitation services. So our work is focused on basic needs for drinking, washing, cooking, cleaning, hygiene and sanitation. But of course, there are other nexus issues that we also need to be aware of, including industry, environment, agriculture, health and gender. So what exactly is the climate, gender and WASH nexus? Well, we know that there are many gender issues that arise when climate change intersects with WASH. And some of these include increased burden of water collection on women and girls, issues of privacy and safety when they travel long distances to collect water, increased health burdens, as well as a lack of decision-making and leadership power. So let's dive into some of these challenges a little bit deeper. So we know that women and girls bear a large burden of unpaid care work, and this is often 4 times that of men. We also know that they travel long distances to collect water, so sometimes this can be up to 90 minutes a day. So this, of course, increases their risks of violence against women. And in the Pacific, which is where we work in particular, we know that 2 out of 3 women face some sort of physical violence every day. If we look across to the health sector, we know that 70% of the global health workforce is actually women. So, of course, this is going to increase the work burden when health systems are impacted by climate change. And we already know that almost 830 women a day die because of pregnancy and healthcare-related burdens. A lot of these can actually be prevented by safe access to water and sanitation. So, of course, all of this is going to add to the already existing unpaid domestic household work demands that fall upon women. So some of the key issues that we're dealing with include low WASH coverage and climate crises. And so this actually results in WASH systems that are subsidized by the unpaid work of women and girls. And of course, this prevents them from achieving their full potential. And like I said earlier, it excludes them from decision-making and leadership capabilities. We also know that national climate policies do not address WASH and gender in an integrated manner. And there is also a lack of disaggregated gender data on WASH and climate. And this is also not often accessible to those communities because of their low socioeconomic vulnerabilities. So it's really important to invest in gender transformative and climate resilient WASH services. And to do that, we need to first see who is at the table. And it's not just about giving women and girls a voice, but it's actually, it's about appreciating their unique voice as custodians of water and caregivers of the community. So WASH is a critical entry point for climate and gender. And so if climate actors are addressing WASH, they're likely to be addressing gender as well. And we also know that any financing for climate resilient WASH must have budget allocations for women and girls. So recently we've actually done a bit of work on why the private sector should invest in climate resilient and inclusive gender, but we might actually come back to that towards the end when we talk about partnerships. So I might hand back to Jorge to continue the session.
Thank you very much, Tanvi. I would like to ask my colleague Farai Tunhuma from UNICEF to share with us UNICEF's experience in the shift, the famous shift from conventional WASH program towards a climate resilient water supply sanitation hygiene program. Thanks.
You guys can hear me? Great. Thank you, Jorge, for that. So I'm Farai Tunuma from UNICEF, and I would just like to share some of the reflections that we've had as UNICEF, but also what we've been working on for the past 2 years, trying to transform the WASH sector, so the water, sanitation, and hygiene sector into a much more climate resilient sector. So as you will well know, UNICEF actually operates in over 190 countries. And we also have a network of offices. So we also have offices at a community level through our field office network. We also have offices at national, regional, and global level. And what that does is it really allows us to work in a space where we are able to really see the day-to-day resilience issues at community level, but also cascade those into regional, national, as well as global platforms so that some of these messages are not lost in between. We work in the wash sector in 135 countries, and we see quite a marked increase in terms of demand for wash services. And we also invest $1 billion annually into the sector. And we see this funding as a catalyst for acceleration for climate resilient services. So for us to really catalyze this process and really have the sort of pace that we require in the sector, in 2020, we inaugurated what we called the Climate Resilient Wash Shift. And that shift was centered on three things. The first was that we wanted to ensure that all the water, sanitation, hygiene infrastructure, services, behaviors were sustainable and that they were safe and that they allowed for climate risks to be incorporated. We also worked around ensuring that whatever we did on WASH was contributing to adaptation as well as resilience at a community level. So not just working on policy, for example, but making sure that that policy can be implemented and it contributes to adaptation. And then, of course, we also recognize that as a sector, we also had a lot of emissions that were coming through. So we also worked around, for example, energy substitution, using renewable energy, but also recognizing that, of course, in some cases, we are not able to 100% go green because we do need backup power for sustainable services. So services right around the clock, whether we are in drought or we are in flood or we are in whatever form of crisis. Now, how does this all trickle down to a program? So there are a couple of things that our programs have to really have clear. First is risk, understanding climate risk and how it changes the solutions that we provide, but also even the issues, for example, the gender issues, the child lens requirements coming through on a program. We also focused on having water sources that are reliable all the time, giving us the right quality of water. Because seeing climate impacts, we have already seen, for example, water scarcity. There's, I think, 4 billion people a year who do not have water at least 1 month a year. So how do we bring that number down? We also did quite a bit and are doing a bit on the renewable energy work, as well as ensuring that our management systems, our governance mechanisms are able to provide sustainability so that we have services throughout. Now, like I said, it's about acceleration. It's about working with governments, working with partners, with INGOs, with local NGOs, so that we really build in climate resilience into day-to-day delivery of services in the wash sector. I think I will stop there. Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Farai. I will like to ask now Kate Medlicott from the World Health Organization, WHO, to share with us some insights on the strategies and tools to maximize a WASH for health resilience in the face of changing climate. Kate, over to you.
You hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Oops.
Thank you. I have to say I'm super happy to be here in the Water Pavilion. As Jorge said, you know, we're a bit late to this in a way. We have the WHO Health Pavilion that's been there for years, and we've had a little water presence within there, but the focus has largely been on issues like air pollution. So can we have the next slide? I wanted to take the opportunity to just kind of share where we're at with our thinking on water supply, sanitation, hygiene and health as it relates to public health protection. I think we all know that, of course, water supply and sanitation services and hygiene are the cornerstone of public health, and we've got an urgent need to accelerate. As shown, you'll see some of the State of the World series reports over there that really lay out that story. But what was become really clear is that we've got, climate change threatens to undermine so much of the progress we're making, and also is affecting the health endpoints we look at. Typically, we've looked at diarrheal diseases, but we're seeing, other water-related diseases, especially cholera, is resurging back right now, but also vector-borne diseases. So we've recently prepared a new strategy. So please take a look at it using this QR code. There's the main thing you'll be seeing in there is a lot of focus on adaptation and mainstreaming of climate resilience into all of our work. So that's whether that's the monitoring work that is done by JMP and the GLASS. GLASS is producing a new report in just a few weeks. And what it shows in the new GLASS report that most of the countries, of the 120 we looked at, haven't really gone about incorporating climate resilience into their national policies and plans yet. So that's one thing we want to be really working with them on. And so there's lots of mainstreaming and building adaptation across what we do, but also some new things, particularly looking at additional health endpoints as a result of climate change, working more specifically with integrated water resource management, and also updating our burden of disease statistics to include climate-related disease outcomes. Moving to the next slide, I think many of you will be familiar with these WHO tools. From all of our guidelines, we use a preventive risk-based approach to water supply and sanitation management to look at incremental improvement to systems. So each of these new guidelines, sanitation safety planning is going to be published just tomorrow, in fact. The new water safety planning manual will be out early next year, and the WASH Fit is already out. These all include risk assessment inside they all include climate-based risk assessment within the main risk assessment module, so we can link climate risk to climate-related improvements. I think with the time we have, I'm going to stop there, but please do take a look at these documents. They're all out and ready for use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. I would like to ask now Joanna Mott from Water for Women to share with us some insights on how to shift the social norms at community level for transformative change and climate resilience.
Hello. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you very much. Yep, I'm Joyce from Water for Women Fund, Gender Equality and Social Inclusion Advisor. And it's great to be here today to explore this really important topic. Yes, as Jorge said, I'm just here to talk very briefly about the role of social norms in climate resilient WASH, water sanitation and hygiene, and the importance of transformative leadership and partnerships in this social norms change. So building community resilience is key to tackling the very serious challenges of climate change and delivering on climate resilient WASH infrastructure and services that everyone in the community can access. But as we know, resilience is hard to achieve without equity and inclusion. So at Water for Women, we talk about the important role of inclusion and how an inclusive community is foundational, the cornerstone, for whole of community resilience. So now, and Jorge was talking earlier about how far we've come and, the increasing understanding within the WASH sector of the important role that social norms play in either supporting or inhibiting communities to be inclusive and resilient. So social norms that sustain harmful behaviours, and I think Tanvi's already really, spoken really well to that around gender-based violence, around gender inequality, the exclusion of certain groups in community activities or more broadly in society, All these hinder the uptake of improved wash behaviours and practices, which in turn impacts on the health and resilience of women and marginalised groups, not only them, but also their families and the community more at large. So we know everyone's ill-served by gender and social inequalities. That much is clear. And the community as a whole misses out on the diverse knowledges and capacities that go unrecognised and undervalued as a result. So, you know, this is particularly important if we're thinking about finding solutions or communities being able to find solutions to the real tasks at hand around climate risks. So, shifting the needle on this, on dealing with these inequalities requires deep work in changing entrenched norms that support these inequalities. Scaling deep is about proactively but carefully addressing the stigma, discrimination and social barriers that hold certain sections of the community back. So this focus on deep work in shifting harmful norms is really critical if we truly want to make sure we're leaving no one behind in accessing WASH services and ensuring that we're supporting communities to be more resilient in the face of climate upheavals. So this is why at Water for Women, partners working in the Asia Pacific have been focusing on norms change at different levels, at household, community and institutional levels, and in a number of ways. And these, like for example, you know, supporting community support, increased community support for women's empowerment, and Tanvi's pointed very well to the barriers, so addressing them in safe ways, reducing the taboos and stigma of menstrual health and hygiene in communities, also the increased support for the inclusion of people with disabilities and people from sexual and gender minority communities and other marginalised groups in community WASH decision-making processes. So to do this, Water for Women partners recognise the importance of transformative leadership. Transformative leaders have the power to change mindsets and bring about the deep change that is needed to build equality and resilience. Supporting equitable partnerships with rights holder organisations, such as women's organisations, organisations of people with disabilities, organisations that support sexual and gender minorities and other minority groups. All these are critical in supporting the leadership of women and marginalised groups in safe ways that do no harm, as well as working with WASH government staff or duty bearers to identify and develop strategies to better support women and marginalised groups. So, inclusive systems lead to inclusive services. Having the voices of user groups in decision-making, planning and policy development will more likely ensure WASH services meet the diverse needs in more appropriate ways. In the face of climate change, this is absolutely critical. Resilience is compromised if people cannot access the WASH services that they deserve and need. So just to summarise, fostering reciprocal and equitable partnerships for supporting transformative leadership of women and marginalised groups, as well as WASH duty bearers and stakeholders at all levels, is about working with all levers of change at hand, including actively working against deeply entrenched norms that serve to divide rather than to unite. It is about having an all-in approach which strengthens prospects for resilient communities in the longer term, as well as climate resilient WASH services that ensure equal access to everyone in the community and not just to certain segments of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna, Farai, Kate, Tanvi. I would like to call to stage to Leslie Porris from GWP, to Vikas Shil from the Government of India, and also to Alison Baker from Water for Women. Yes. It's strange. I think we've been doing very well on gender balance, nevertheless. Okay, so the first segment of this section was on community resilience, but beyond the resilience at communities, we need to look a bit beyond those boundaries at scale. So I would like to ask Leslie from the GWP on how climate resilience at community level, climate resilient WASH at community level links with water resource management and with the broader water sector. And I hope that the slides, I think it's a bit upside down. Sorry for that. Yes, this is the one.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Jorge. So yeah, I think the theme we're talking about today is climate resilience. And we've heard a lot about what's going on with the different factors that the social norms that feed into this. Oh, yes. Okay. I just thought you were all smiling at me. So when we think about resilience, not only do we have to think about norms, we have to think a little bit more outside the silos where we currently live, right? This is WASH Day at the Water Pavilion. However, if we think about WASH and we want WASH and water and sanitation to be there, in perpetuity, to be resilient, to withstand the climate change impacts that we are all experiencing right now, that we will be experiencing even further, we have to think about, where does that water come from? Water is the resource, and if we can't actually think about how to ensure that water is there, then we don't have resilient communities. And I think and it goes without saying, we don't have resilient communities if they don't have access to water and sanitation. So how many steps back can you take this, right? And I'm not trying to take us too much further than that, except that we have to think about water as a resource to actually ensure WASH. So what does that mean exactly? What we also know is that we work in a lot of different silos. And when we talk about water and sanitation, we talk about certain ministries and certain policies that work with us in a given governmental context. And most of the time, the decisions about water and sanitation access are different. They're in different ministries. They're in the hands of different people than those who are talking about how do we steward the water resource. And what we have really been trying to do at GWP in collaboration with UNICEF through a program called Global Water Leadership is really bring together those leaders, those decision makers, so that those decisions are not made in isolation of each other, that you're not making a decision about your water and sanitation access and use without actually discussing this with the people who understand or are allocating water between irrigation and energy and other environmental needs. And so this program we're working together with UNICEF. It's supported by FCDO. We're in 10 different countries. It's taking a couple of different shapes and forms. But what we're really doing as well, in addition to bringing together these different ministries to talk about what are the most important barriers to climate smart water management, and water, I mean water comprehensively, water resources and water and sanitation. How can we tackle these big barriers together? But what we're doing is actually making that a consultative process. And we're reaching out to the different levels, even down to the regions and the districts, to make sure that the community voices who are living this and experiencing this are actually having their opinions reflected. So it's not just the people in the fancy offices who are receiving, per diems to have these conversations. It's really, what do the people experience? What is their lived knowledge? And making sure that is influencing the national level decisions about what to prioritize. So it hasn't gone that far yet, but what we are starting to see is some really interesting ideas trickling up. And we have confidence that this can be a new model for how you really actually move these kind of collaborative, comprehensive, resilient solutions together further. So I'll stop there. I could keep going, but thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leslie. We'll move now to Mr. Vikas Shil from the government of India. Mr. Vikas is leading the famous Jal Jeevan mission in India, which aims to reach universal access for rural water supply in a very, very big country like India. So his presentation is going to be on how to build climate resilient services at scale, at a very, very big scale. So let's hope that, yes,
Yeah.
there it is.
Yeah, thanks, Jorge. We've heard Tanvi about the gender issue, the gender dimension of WASH. We've heard Kate about what are the various partnership efforts. We just heard, I'm sorry, your name?
Leslie.
Leslie. Leslie, about the need for uh, making sure that the communities do realize and treat water as a resource. Uh, I'll be taking you through very, very briefly through the Jal Jeevan mission, the approach under the mission in order to address most of these issues. And as we implement Jal Jeevan mission, since we have just started 3 years into the mission, of course, it's a 5-year mission, so we are past halfway, past the halfway mark. But there's still we have a very, very flexible approach. So we still look forward to whatever inputs we can get to make it more effective in terms of making these systems sustainable. Because it'll be easy to erect the infrastructure, but it's the core challenge lies in making sure that the sources remain sustainable for the design period, and then the communities do look at these infrastructure assets as their own assets rather than something being provided by the government. Because in the case of latter, more often than not, communities may not take adequate ownership and interest in maintenance and operation of these assets, and thereby making these assets vulnerable to the risk of becoming defunct for the want of various operations and maintenance kind of issues. So just to, I'm sorry. Okay, so Honorable Prime Minister made this statement in COP26 about the need and importance for adaptation. So that's forms the core basis of the Jal Jeevan mission. It follows the policy, since we have a very, very diverse context across the country. So that's as I said, we have a very, very flexible approach, and our approach and guidelines and the framework provide the flexibility to the states and implementing agencies to adapt as per the local context. We have contexts ranging from deserts to mountains to coastal areas to deeply forested areas, remote areas, and of course, very densely populated villages too. Just in a nutshell, uh, so what we are targeting to do in Jal Jeevan Mission is, it was launched in 2019 on Independence Day, 15th of August. So over a period of 5 years, provide tap water connections in all the rural households, 193 million rural households, in a span of 5 years, uh, ensuring that we do follow certain service norms of quantity, the prescribed quality, regularity, etc. Uh, and as you can see, the focus is on efficient water management, looking at water as a resource to reduce wastage. Because at the time of the start of the mission, only 18% households had access to tap water at homes. So 82% households, women and girls, used to collect water, often from long distances. It used to be very, very resource and labor intensive and time intensive kind of a process. And therefore, water use had very inherent efficiencies, because then the women, if they could not have afforded to waste any water, because then that would require them to do the same labor again and again. But with the tap water supplies coming in, there is a risk that, if we don't build the capacities and make the communities aware, it may lead to a lot more wastage, and to that extent create the risk of overuse, overexploitation, and thereby unsustainability. So that also is another focus area in the mission. Uh, I'll The communities are at the heart of our approach. The villages that are covered, the plans, the schemes are prepared in consultation with the community. It is envisaged that once the schemes are completed, they'll be handed over to the community, and the communities will run them as utilities, collect user charges, and also take measures for source sustainability, reduce water wastage, and also grey water management, using grey water for groundwater recharge and further sustenance. Uh, so from the very beginning, we have made an effort to inform people about the various risks that may be there to make the drinking water supply schemes vulnerable to becoming unsustainable. Uh, our approach has also been of partnerships, us being a very, very diverse context, as I said. Lots of organizations and experts and academic institutions are working in the area of WASH. So we have recently set up the Rural WASH Partners Forum, where we have brought together around 31 civil society organizations, including UNICEF, UNDP, uh, Gates Foundation, Tata Trust, Water Aid, Wash Eye, and many others. And the idea there is to bring all the organizations and the states and us on the same platform, on the same page, in terms of understanding what is being done by these various agencies in different parts of the country to assimilate the good practices and the knowledge that has been developed over a period of time, and then provide access to the implementing agencies to all these possible solutions, and also create opportunities for exchange of best practices, knowledge sharing, etc. We have 12 lead partners in the forum to lead the thematic work around a particular theme. Uh, uh, More details are available on our website. This is just a snapshot of where we have come so far. So from 15th of August 2019, when the mission was launched, we have, in a span of around 3 years and 3 months, already provided 72 million tap water connections in the rural households. Uh, Something wrong. So lots of other snippets which were supposed to come on the other side. Uh, a cou- just one more thing that I would like to inform is, so as we cover the rural households, we are also covering schools and daycare centers. So around 85% of our schools and 83% of our daycare centers also have tap water supply now. At the start, it used to be in the range of around 15%. So in the last 3 years, this has substantially improved. We have set up a network of around 2,000 water testing laboratories, so and open to people so that people can get their water tested. The idea being that on the one hand, we put up systems to supply drinking water, quality water, but also to educate community in terms of water quality and what is acceptable and what is not, and create accountability mechanisms for the water supplying utilities. So these 2,000 labs are spread over across the country. We've also trained around more than 1 million women for water testing using field testing kits. The idea being that women being the most critical stakeholders, they should be able to test the water being supplied at the household or at the community level. And then if it is not found as per norms, they should be able to raise the flag, and there should be some mechanism to take a remedial action. And also this also goes to build the confidence of people in the water being supplied, so that when it comes to collection of user charges or making sure of water use efficiencies, people are likely to be more responsive. So that's one of the critical interventions that we have taken under the mission. Uh, that's about it. Just one more thing. In terms of impacts and the climate resilience, what I'd say is that on the one hand, when we cover all the 193 million households, hopefully by March 2024, so in the next 16, 18 months, we are going to provide something like another 70 million connections. So that's going to have a substantive impact in terms of savings in time, savings in energy for women, in terms of the health impacts for which will be there as a result of supply of clean water at households. Recently, Professor Michael Kramer published a study wherein he reviewed the literature available on the correlation between supply of drinking water and reduction in the child mortality rates. And for JJM, we requested him, and he did some studies and worked out some numbers, and recently published that once we finish our work, it has the potential to lead to reduction in child mortality to the extent of 135,000 deaths averted every year. So this is where we are, and we're going full steam, but we welcome any kind of suggestions, any approaches that you would like to try. Please come and try. If you would like to understand what we are trying to do, we have all our information in public domain. We have a public dashboard, so you can access the dashboard anywhere, anytime, look at the information right to the village level in terms of the names of the people to whom the connections have been provided, and the status of coverage in various parts of the country, etc., etc. And because of the paucity of time, I've also brought a small brochure which has a QR code at the end, which you can use to take a look at our website and the dashboard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vikas. Really impressive numbers, really inspiring story coming from India. I'm afraid this session is impacted by climate change directly. We had a speaker from Pakistan, Mr. Syed Shah Nasir from the Integrated Regional Support Program, but I'm afraid it's not connected online, and I would assume it's because of the recent historic floods in Pakistan. So we can say that climate change is impacting all of us, including sessions like this. So I'd like to pass the floor to Alison from Water for Women, who is going to speak about partnerships, about how public-private sector, how grassroots organizations, civil society organizations, the United Nations, how everybody need to work together to move forward on climate resilience at community level.
Great, thanks, Jorge. Yeah, I think we've heard a real rich suite of examples this morning. We've gone down from sort of working very much at community level to a massive scale, and all of those things are really, really important. But I think what's really clear, and it's come up in all the different conversations, so my role is to try and bring all that together. But I think it's pretty clear that we need all of those different partnerships working at all those different levels, whether it's at an individual, household, community level, all the way up to sort of government and massive scale. And that's the only way that we're going to be able to roll that scale out in the way that India is definitely having a very big go, and we have a lot to learn from that. But as you say, there's lots of things that you're learning along the way. And I think that's, Farai brought that out, you're on a journey, and as well as Jorge did as well. We're all on a learning journey to really understand what climate resilient wash looks like. I think we all have a pretty good idea, but we know that we're not there yet. So how do we actually take on that journey? And I think it's also really important to be humble enough to know that you don't have all the answers, but it's really important to bringing all those different sort of organizations and groups together. And as Kate brought out, is that all the health implications of that, there's education implications as well. So climate change is so cross-sectoral, but as is the water, sanitation and hygiene sector. So each of the different speakers really touched on it in very different ways. But when we start to bring that all back together, it really is about those partnerships. It's developing on existing partnerships, but it's also developing new ones that we need to look at as we move forward, and bringing in that expertise, bringing in those diverse voices, whether it's all of us bringing in diverse voices or those diverse voices right down at the the community level and marginalized sort of communities as well. So I guess I kind of reflect on all of it, and I don't like to necessarily sort of classify or categorize things, but sometimes that's helpful in terms of then building things up. So we need those partnerships at the local level. Whether it's with rights holder organizations, whether it's a UNICEF going in to work with some of those local communities. I know the Water for Women Fund is working with CSOs, or the NGO community, and research organizations to go in and work at those community levels. And in terms of sort of sharing and understanding what we've learned, which complements everything else, we've put together what's called Shifting Norms for Transformative Change. So that's bringing in that transformation that needs to occur at the local level. And there's a Wi-Fi set up over there if people are interested. But that's just all of us sort of sharing the examples and what we're learning. We need that change sometimes within our own organizations. How do we reflect on what we're doing? How we're looking at gender, social inclusion, and climate. So having those kind of tools to assess those things as well. So there's all that sort of, I classify almost as individual and community level partnerships that need to occur. What's come up through all of this is very much sort of the institutional level, whether it's local government, whether it's national government, whether it's the sort of global governance, the space that we're actually all in now, whether that's looking at the financing issue. And I know that's something we've been looking at. How do we get money down to the community levels? There's some work being done on climate heroes, and I just love that kind of term, sort of developing leaders within local government or provincial government, national government, and even within the communities themselves to actually take things forward as well. So there's lots of good examples to share sort of in that space as well. And those linkages, what are we actually learning at the community level? I know one of our NGOs has been working at the provincial level in Indonesia, and the work that they've been doing is then fed up to the policy level and created that change at the policy level, including the whole gender and social inclusion piece. So we can start small, but it can have really big impacts as well. And we've also heard all around too that the knowledge partnerships, and that's really, really important because we are all very much on a learning journey. And I know one of the pieces that Water for Women's done was really looking where are we at as a water and sanitation hygiene sector with respect to climate change. And one of the things that come out of that, I have to point over to the corner here. We have our SWA plus building blocks. So we've actually built on the SWA building blocks, added a few more things, but are all nicely painted up and show all the different levels of partnerships that and levels where work actually has to happen. So I had to show that. That's come all the way from Australia. And we've managed to get it through security, including at the front as well. So thank you, Mia, who actually painted that up at her farm. And we brought it all the way to Egypt. So thank you for that. But it's a really good example. SWA has done some great work in terms of the building blocks. We built on that. We add what are the other things that we need to add in. So none of the work actually happens in isolation. And then the other piece of work I know this is again sort of coming out, one of those massive online, massive open sourced online course. I always get that, the MOOC. So again, learning how do we actually integrate climate resilience into WAR. So all of these tools we've been developing, there's all sorts of other things that people have actually seen today. It's us actually all working together to take the whole sector forward. Tanvi mentioned earlier sort of the private sector. A lot of that work can happen, even just building a small scale private sector. Women entrepreneurs building latrines in Cambodia. We got an example of that. And I'm going to hand over to Tanvi just to give another sort of quick example, and then I'll wrap up from there.
Thanks, Alison. And speaking of partnerships and tools, WaterAid has actually done some work around why the private sector should invest in climate resilient and inclusive WASH. And a lot of the findings that came out of that include this proven return on investment for businesses from investing in climate resilient WASH. It also strengthens operational resilience, it boosts performance and profitability, as well as builds a really positive brand perception around environmental and social governance responsibilities of the private sector. One thing that's really important to note is that water and gender priorities don't have to be separate, and actually combining them will ultimately make businesses stronger. So there's two documents that WaterAid has developed. The first one is a business case, which highlights why private sectors should invest in gender inclusive and climate resilient wash. So it outlines a number of different case studies of the positive benefits experienced by different organizations. And the second is a guidance note for how to actually do that. So how do we bring NGOs, the different civil society organizations, rights holder groups together, and how can the private sector really invest in gender inclusive wash? And the third one is a more sort of broader piece around climate financing and really understanding some of the barriers that civil society organizations face in accessing climate financing for water and sanitation projects. So it really explores how there's a lot of money there, but it's not being targeted in the right places and it's not reaching the most marginalized communities. So I think that's a really important piece of work, and it also provides recommendations to financiers, to donors, to private sector on how they can make their processes more simpler so that that money is flowing in the right direction and to the right people. And as Alison mentioned, we do have QR codes there that link to all those documents, but I'm very happy to have a chat to anyone that wants to find out more at the end of the session. So back to you, Jorge.
Thank you very much. I think a big round of applause to all presenters, speakers here sitting on stage, but also among the public. I would like to open for questions, but besides the people that is here today in person, we have people that is connected online. So I don't know, Tariq, if there are any questions. Tariq is following up the chat box on Zoom. So for those listening and attending remotely, if you have any questions, feel free to use the chat box. Tariq is going to convey those questions here to the panelists. No questions from the online participants. So at this stage, I would like to then open the floor for those present here in person. So if you want to introduce yourselves and then ask your question to any of the panelists present here on stage, but also the other panelists that presented earlier. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jorge. My name is Abarranda Shaw. I'm working for the Ministry of Water and Energy of Ethiopia. I first would like to appreciate all the speakers, the presenters, a very wonderful, speech, and then that, inspires all of us that the attention of water should be given the highest priority. Just my question is, of course, particularly for UNICEF and WHO delegates, but also for WaterAid, of course, and other speakers, that we left with 8 years for us to report back about our performance on SDGs. And we are expected to do a lot. And at this point in time, we are in a very, critical situation of shifting the attention of the big donors from the wash into biodiversity or energy or somewhere else. So in my observation for the last 2 weeks in this COP27, I don't think that we will be able to deliver our promises to SDG. And the GMP report, which is to be released regularly, is to say something on that. So what do you expect for individual state countries should do for us to secure, mobilizing enough resources? Imagine this drought, climate change effect, the flood has already affected. Thanks to COVID pandemic, it has globally, devastated the whole economy in the world, and the price escalation globally going on, and we are not able to afford, technologies at all, and we cannot do our business as usual. So what should individual state countries should do to secure their enough resources so that we will be reporting, accordingly to SDG? And the UN Water Conference, which is approaching faster, is coming, and it's going to, held in New York in March. We left with 4 months. And what should be done in that big global heads of states conference that, we as, all these organizations coming together should influence the world. And the UN Security Council, the Secretary General is to speak to us tomorrow in the morning. And what should we say? That's my question.
I think Leslie wants to answer, but allow maybe to even if I'm the moderator, to answer you directly. Unfortunately, there is no commonly agreed definition of what climate resilient drinking water supply and sanitation means. UNICEF has its own. We hope that some other partners adopt the same definition, but obviously it's not one partner imposing the definition. So if I'm understanding you well, there are like two elements. One is reporting. So before reporting, we need to agree on what is the definition of climate resilient wash, and what indicators are we going to use to report globally on climate resilient wash. So both UNICEF, as you know, both UNICEF and WHO are the custodians of SDG 6.1 and 6.2. We are working together with other partners to develop these indicators. So not next year, but hopefully in the near future, we will have in the JMP reports global estimates on how good the sector is doing on climate resilient wash. This is the first part, the first element on reporting. The second one is on I see Kate wants to reply. So I don't want to monopolize much, so I would allow Leslie maybe to complement, and then Kate. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead. Not need to, yeah.
It is, oh, it is on. Okay, sorry. So, and I do get excited about this. In a previous role, I was at water.org, and we talked about finance for water and sanitation on a regular basis, and worked in Ethiopia for quite some time. What I would want to say is actually one of the themes that we've been talking about today is shifting norms, right? And the traditional model for how we pay for access to water and sanitation has been led by the donor community. However, I think all of the reasons that you're highlighting and the context we find ourselves in right now with competing priorities such as the war in Ukraine and all of the different climate change impacts that are hitting all sorts of countries all over the world, we have to all start thinking differently about that. So, right, and Tanvi was just highlighting different ways that they've been exploring different financing solutions that still include donor support, but also go beyond that and create a business case for bringing in new and different types of partners. I think, oh shoot, I just lost my train of thought. I think India, and I know I used to deal with Swachh Bharat, the predecessor to Jal Jeevan, quite a bit. And what you actually looked at the model that India posed is India made it a national priority. They created a huge campaign. It was political will at the highest level. They allocated budget towards it. They allocated targets and accountability for actual people who were responsible all the way down, right? And when they did that, other actors in the donor community stepped up and also threw in additional support, but India contributed a huge amount on its own. So we need to think about models that blend completely. And obviously every country is different and has different resources they can bring to the table, but it's those kind of comprehensive solutions that have allowed India, for example, to take, you know, this massive achievement that is really mind-boggling and super impressive. I mean it, you know, it's insane in a good way, and we can really all build and learn from that. As we said, it's a learning journey, right? And we're all learning from each other. But this is the shift. This is the shift we have to start really, really building now. So I'll stop.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to add, I mean, I totally feel for you. These are enormous targets, and achieving universal access to safe water and sanitation globally, I think we all know that's not going to happen, right? But countries need to set their own targets and monitor their own progress against their own targets. But I think one of the really important game changers is changing the way we talk about WASH, right? We've actually, I think we've damaged ourselves as a sector by offering like small scale, cheap solutions that households manage themselves. What we need to be saying is this needs a big investment. It's not a huge investment. In fact, when you compare it to other things, it's highly cost effective compared to some of the other things we invest in. And we need to be saying we need professionally managed and regulated services that are going to cost money, but are going to ultimately be cost effective and save us money elsewhere. And I think that's what we need to be talking about, not just with the donor community, but to our kind of finance ministers and mayors, as particularly local level leadership. And I think that's what SWA has been trying to do through the financing dialogue for many years. And it will be also what the 2023 conference will try to do, is to lift the discussion a bit higher between fighting over the size of the pieces of the water and sanitation pie, but trying to make the pie a bit bigger on the basis of that kind of argumentation. It's hard. I feel for you, but hopefully we're all working together.
I see that there is another question there.
Thank you. Sonja Hofbauer, SNV Netherlands Development Organization. I would like to link what you said, Kate. I think this needs very strong institutions in our partner countries. And Leslie, you said you are doing this wonderful program in 10 countries only. And I think this institutional strengthening, building stronger institutions, not just at national level, but also below national level, this is very key. And it's very often seen as like a national thing to build institutions and strengthen institutions. And there's a lot of resources and time that has to go into this. And I think it's undervalued and under-resourced at national level, but also on the side of international cooperation partners.
So adding to the whole conversation as well, and I think it talks about that transformational piece and that coming from a different perspective. I think, and I'm not saying it's easy, but yeah, there's the cost of putting in water sanitation and hygiene services, but there's also the cost of not doing it. And I think there's quite a bit of sort of research and studies coming out. I was recently in PNG and there was a government official there. I said, oh yeah, I just heard that the cost of us not actually investing in water sanitation and hygiene is actually a lot. And all of a sudden that resonated with him, and all of a sudden he said, okay, we've got people, and we got people that we need to make sure that we sort of support and look after and find their own services, but the cost of not doing that was going to be greater to them. So all of a sudden the penny dropped. So there's others I'm sure could sort of talk on that a lot more, but I just thought I'd sort of throw that into the equation. We do need to start to look at it as from a different perspective.
Maybe I can also just add something. I think a big part of that is also recognizing that water and sanitation forms a core component of a broader ecosystem approach, which includes agriculture, it includes energy, it includes disaster management, it includes health sector as well. So maybe I just want to put a question to the audience. How many people do we have that are outside of the audience, outside of the water sector in the audience today? Okay, so we have a few. That's great to see. But what we need to be doing as a water and sanitation sector is really branching out, talking to people outside the water sector, understanding those critical linkages between water and sanitation and other sectors as well. So that's just my sort of 2 cents worth.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Tamru from Ministry of Water and Energy, Ethiopia. My question goes to Indian experience. What are the key challenges in implementation of this huge program? This is one. The second one is the community contribution. I've seen a huge amount of budgets allocated from the government. What is the community contribution in the implementation? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, so in terms of key challenges, first of all, it's a mission with a very short time frame. So 5 years and almost 80% of the households to be covered. So we've had to set up capacity building forums. So what we have now is key resource centers for training and capacity development of the communities. We have implementation support agencies to support the implementation agencies. We have trainings for engineers to prepare good quality project reports, and we have supported states for contracting so that time-bound implementation is possible. And then we're also pursuing with states in terms of making these systems sustainable. So, and some sort of an O&M policy at every state, depending on the context of the state. in terms of how the operational costs will be met, who will operate and who will maintain, and how to do that, because we want ultimately communities to do it. So another challenge is the capacity deficit for managing these systems at the community level. So we're partnering with the National Skills Development Program to develop these skill sets at the village level itself, which leads to some bit of employment for the local people, and also engages the local people in managing the scheme locally. So those being the challenges. Finances, fortunately for us, have not been a challenge. This is a fully funded program. It's a centrally sponsored scheme. So 50% of the cost is borne by the central government, 50% is borne by the provincial or the state government. So this is financed out of the tax revenues. In terms of the community contribution, yes, so the Jal Jeevan Mission guidelines do provide that for every scheme, 10% of the capital cost of in-village infrastructure should be borne by the community. When I say should, it's not must be borne by the community. We don't say that unless the community bears 10% cost, we will not implement the scheme, because given the speed at which we want to do things, we may not be able to convince them in 5 years to do the contribution, and we may never start. So what we have kept is incentives for the communities to contribute. We have said that if you contribute that cost, we will reimburse that cost to create a revolving fund for the operating expenses of that scheme at the village level. So in a village, if the community contribution comes out to, let's say, 1 million rupees, and they deposit 5 million rupees, they say, okay, we are not in a position to collect and deposit, and this is supposed to be collected and deposited, not deployed from any other government scheme, because then it's not treated as community contribution. So if the local body collects and deposits money in a certain account, and that money is used in implementation of that scheme, then to the extent of the money deposited, we reimburse to that local community as a revolving fund, which is borne from the budget. So community contribution is there. There are many states. I mean, the experience is diverse. In a few states, the states have said there is no point in going and talking to the community. They're not going to believe us that if you deposit 10 rupees, we will provide you services worth or the infrastructure worth of 100 rupees. And therefore, they may not deposit. And I don't want to waste time. This funding is available for a period of 5 years. So I will bear the full community. So in that case, what happens is, out of the balance 90%, we give 45%. 45% is by the state government. And if the state government takes a policy call that in our state we will not seek community contribution, then the state government bears the full 10% cost on account of the community contribution. But if there are states which have gone in for active community outreach, and I believe that in those states, the chances of sustaining and ownership and operations and maintenance by the community are going to be much, much better than in those states where the states have decided not to burden the community with that particular kind of financial and in fact, there is net there is no financial burden on the community, because that money actually ultimately goes back to the community. In terms of financing, again, I fully agree. I mean, whenever we look at, we have been fortunate that we have such a strong political leadership right now, that in 2014, when we launched the Swachh Bharat mission to make India open defecation free, we ourselves could not believe that we would be able to do it. I know we used to, and I've been in administrative service since 1994 and served in various capacities in the field. And when we used to go for inspections during evenings, I usually used to make it a point to come back by 4 in the evening, because after that it was so embarrassing, because so I mean, it was so difficult. But then, with that kind of strong political commitment and financial commitment, making it a national priority, it did lead to lots of people coming in. And ultimately, believe it or not, the government of India had to share only 30% of the total cost. Rest of the things actually got mobilized. People came forward themselves. The corporate came forward, the partners came forward, the state governments came forward because they saw a lot of political capital in what was being done. Half the population is women and girls, and if they directly benefit because of this, there no political setup can afford to ignore and say that I will not fund this. So so that's how things moved. And similarly for Jal Jeevan Mission. So this mission was launched in 2019. Now there are 7 states in the country which now have 100% coverage. And in most of these states, these are going for elections in the next few months. And if they come back to power, then you see next 2.5 years, all other states will just make sure that that they do implement it on a fast track. Because so we just need to create that kind of a political capital for the leadership to remain. So it's important to have commitment, but it is more important to also sustain that commitment. And for that, the implementing agencies have to implement something and and create that momentum. So I believe costs financing in today's days is not an issue. It's all about the business model. It's all about the approach and how you can sell your project. Financing is not an issue. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, speakers. For those interested in the Indian example, in the Jal Jeevan mission, Vikas is going to talk at 2 p.m. At a leadership session together with other governments. So stay tuned for that. And of course, if you have questions, I'm afraid we ran out of time. But if you have questions, the panelists are going to be hopefully around, so you can go to them and ask questions. Allow me to try to conclude this very, I think, interesting session on community resilience by saying that, well, as I said at the beginning, we came a little bit late, but I think we have done quite of a journey in a short period of time. And the acceleration that is happening in India at the moment, I think is an acceleration that we are also seeing in the water sector at the moment. So I hope that we move quickly, we catch up. The UN 23 Water Conference is happening in exactly 4 months and 4 days. I'm counting the days now. One of the 5 themes is on water and climate. So I think that shows that the water sector is showing that we cannot no longer do business as usual. We need to shift. We need to transform the sector. And I think many people, not only, I guess, the converted that are here, but many organizations, many partners. I think that this wall shows partnerships, as we were discussing earlier. The pavilion is the result of a amazing partnership, growing partnership, if we compare with the number of partners that were contributing to the Water Pavilion last year. Most likely at COP28, we will have, I don't know, we will have to build a larger wall to allocate all the logos from all the organizations. So I think this is something that is growing. Keep it up. Let's spread within the sector, but I'm really happy that we have some people that is not working in the sector that is present here today. The whole purpose of being here at COP27 is to have an open pavilion. Last year, people from nearby pavilions were complaining about we were very noisy, and we were bothering other pavilions. This is our purpose. We are here to make noise. So make noise, go to other pavilions, spread the voice. We are here. Water needs to be at the center. And I would like to, once again, thank you all for being here today. I know that there are many different competing priorities, meetings, bilaterals. I would like to thank also for those who are connected remotely, some of them very, very early in the morning or very late in the evening. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. And I hope the session met your expectations. Thank you.
The world is not just facing a water crisis, it is here. Decades of misuse, over-extraction, and pollution have exacerbated water stress. Population growth, urbanization, and industrial and agricultural needs are increasing water demand. And climate change is making it worse. Globally, more than 1.42 billion people live in areas of high or extremely high water vulnerability. This means that 1 in 5 children worldwide does not have enough water to meet their everyday needs. To address this, UNICEF's WASH program has set an ambitious goal to reach 450 million children and their families living in highly water vulnerable areas with climate-resilient water, sanitation, and hygiene solutions by 2025. And by 2030, for all children to have access to a safe and affordable water supply and to live in water-secure communities. In Afghanistan, one of the most water-vulnerable countries in the world, UNICEF helped communities transition from emergency water trucking to more sustainable wash services, including a water reservoir, a submersible solar-powered water pump, a pipe distribution network, and water taps within households. In Jordan, only 33% of public schools have access to basic sanitation facilities. Through innovative gray water treatment and reuse systems, UNICEF helped schools treat water for toilet flushing and greening purposes. Madagascar's southern region faces severe drought and water scarcity. UNICEF and the government developed a groundwater early warning system to warn of possible drought conditions and rapidly communicate on possible water resource shortages and water quality issues. Colombia's La Guajira area is particularly vulnerable to climate change and desertification, with low rates of water access. UNICEF worked with partners to improve and sustain the WASH infrastructure through solar and wind-powered pumping stations. In 2020, UNICEF, working with partners, invested approximately $1 billion providing WASH services, provided water to nearly 50 million people in over 80 countries, including over 39 million people in emergency contexts, designed and installed over 1,400 solar-powered water systems in 41 countries, provided over 6 million people with climate-resilient water service, and implemented the strategic framework for WASH climate-resilient development in 79 countries. UNICEF has WASH programs in 120 countries with more than 725 WASH staff globally. We have one of the largest footprints in climate-resilient WASH. Our aim is to reach all children with safe and sustainable WASH by 2030. But we cannot do it alone. By collectively solving our problem of water use, we can reach the most vulnerable children to achieve water security for all. The time to act is now.
Hey, check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hey. Hello. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Test. Hey. 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 Check test mic.
started now. Okay. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kate Medlicott. I'm the Sanitation and Waste for Climate Resilient and Low Carbon Sanitation. Sanitation is one of the most neglected areas of the S6 agenda, and it's really impacted by climate change. So we have a agenda for you today full of case studies, the call to action at the end. I'll run through the program with shortly, but before I do that, I want to hand over to our guest, Brian Arbogast. He's the Director of Water, Sanitation and Hygiene at the Gates Foundation, and who have been one of the really big proponents behind sanitation in general, but particularly this call to action. So Brian, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Lee. Give me a thumbs up if you're hearing me well. Excellent. Well, so thank you so much for the opportunity. I wish I could be there in person. I was actually at COP through Monday of this week, but unfortunately had to be back in Seattle. So hello from Seattle. This is a great session that we have ahead. Quote, climate change is the new operating context for delivery of urban sanitation services rather than a distant imperative. Climate change also puts this public service at risk, end quote. These are the opening words of the Urban Sanitation and Climate Change Landscape Study by the University of Technology, Sydney, which Juliet Willits will be speaking about shortly. And I thought it was a good way to kind of start and set some context for today's session. You know, floods, droughts, storms, rising sea levels, these can destroy sanitation systems that are not climate resilient. Wastewater treatment systems may cease to function in face of drought, or in the case of flooding and sea level rise, become inundated and contaminate communities. And that in turn leads to an increase in waterborne diseases. For example, a recent study in Indonesia found that fecal contamination from unprotected septic tanks occurred during periods of heavy rainfall and flooding, contaminating 90% of households' drinking water, despite the fact that 85% of the population reportedly had access to improved water sources. So today's session is meant to showcase the status of the sanitation sector and its challenges to the face of climate change, taking all of you, all of the participants, through an overview of the global sanitation challenge, some risks and options to adapt to and to mitigate climate change, and some really interesting case studies highlighting promising approaches in the case of either too little or too much water. Now, the session will conclude with a global call to action on climate resilient sanitation that we at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation are very proud to support. So today, an estimated 3.6 billion people still don't have access to safely managed sanitation services at home. And Kate will be providing us a better understanding of how the world is trending. Many of these people will also live in water-stressed or flood-prone areas, a number that's frankly only increasing as a result of climate change. So households that have gained access to basic or safely managed sanitation services really risk losing them during climate-related disasters unless climate-resilient services and systems are in place, systems that can adapt and minimize the impact of these shocks. Now, over the past 4 years, the concept of citywide inclusive sanitation that reaches everyone in the city with sustainable, safe services, no matter how poor or how hard to reach those communities are. This concept of citywide inclusive sanitation, or CWISE, has received increasing attention from institutions such as the development banks, organizations such as those hosting this call, and many others focused on urban sanitation. CWISE recognizes sanitation as a public service that needs to serve every community, and one that's focused on service delivery rather than the traditional focus on infrastructure, and ensuring that these sustainable services are also safe and equitable. And this focus on sustainable services includes a need for resilience, especially in the face of climate impacts such as either too much water or too little water. And CWISE also focuses on the key functions that are required for public service delivery. Namely, the specific authorities are responsible with clear mandates for delivering services to everyone, that they'll be held accountable for achieving clear performances targets against those mandates, and that they have the necessary human, financial, and natural resources to do so. Now, beyond CWISE, we know there's a need for innovative solutions, and those solutions could include business model innovations. For example, toilet as a service, household toilets that are paid for by households on a pay-as-you-go service charge monthly fee, which are delivered by innovative entrepreneurs from multiple container-based solution companies around the world, whether that's Sanergy, Soil, Xrunner, Clean Teams, or technological innovations, such as the idea of reinventing the toilet so that systems don't require water to provide a high-quality flush toilet experience, and toilets can treat all pathogens on site. These are innovations that are starting to be deployed. For instance, community reinvented toilets in Durban, in the region around Johannesburg, South Africa. We know that innovations are at the heart of also solving these problems. So sanitation needs to be seen as a critical component of urban resilience. This isn't happening today. In fact, if you look at the nationally determined contributions, only 2% of them even refer to sanitation. Now, we know that it's possible to really embrace sanitation in your NDCs. The work that the Global Green Growth Initiative, GGGI, has done with the government of Nepal shows an example of what that might look like. But beyond treating it as a critical component, it needs to attract climate financing. You've likely already heard that very little climate financing is currently reaching the poorest households in lower income countries, despite the fact that they're the ones most affected by climate change. The major climate financing institutions, they're conscious of this and trying to address and hoping to address this issue, but they still lack fundable projects. And our sector needs to demonstrate the inevitability of climate resilient sanitation projects that serve the poorest and the most vulnerable. Today, we also know that very little climate financing is going towards urban sanitation at all, in spite of everything I've just shared with you. So the goal of this session and of today's call to action is to advance the kind of dialogue that will be necessary to change this. We have a great session ahead of you for all of us, and I'll pass it back to you, Kate, and look forward to learning from the rest of the speakers. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Brian, for setting us up nicely for the session there. Okay, so just to quickly run through the agenda, I'm going to go next and give you a quick update on where we're at with sanitation globally before Juliet Willits comes in and tells us, like, what is this, what is the climate angle here? We're then going to go into a series of case studies from all around the world looking at how different settings and different organizations are tackling building climate resilience into their programs. We'll have a Q&A, and then you'll see the launch of the call to action at the end, which I hope will be really our kind of marching orders to do better. So with that, I'll get going. Okay, so please, if you're new to sanitation, download this report. It's really got the big picture of the global status of sanitation. You might be thinking, well, isn't that fixed already? Absolutely not, and I'll run you through it now. Okay, so the first big message is, and many of you know it, we are alarmingly off track to deliver universal access to safe sanitation. It's going to be, at the current rate of progress, it'll be the 22nd century that we achieve that. So we've really got to start speeding up, and climate is hampering progress, not helping, of course. Second, sanitation, it's not a luxury, it's a human right, not just to have a toilet, but for all of us not to be impacted by the waste of unmanaged waste of others. And I think we know there's these devastating consequences of poor sanitation. You know, you see here to the workers themselves, but illness and disease, dignity, a huge financial cost that could be avoided, and a disproportionate effect on the most vulnerable. Second, sanitation is a public good. It benefits, investments in sanitation benefit everybody, not just the individual investor. And we need to have safe sanitation chains, not just toilets, but safe sanitation chains, and that part past the toilet is in the public domain. So we need professionally managed and regulated services to do that part. Households can't do that alone. So what's it going to take to get there? The estimates are we need $105 billion per annum, which sounds like a lot, but in fact the costs of inaction are much greater. So we might be thinking, well, how are we doing? What progress has been made? Actually, well, if you look, it's not too bad. We've actually, the number is 1.7 billion people still lack service, but we have made some progress, but it's not fast enough. We still have 3.7 billion people without access to safely managed services. So are we putting the enabling environment in to get us there? Again, a bit of a sad picture. Here, what we see on the bottom is countries that have policies or that are formally approved, but only 5 out of those 104 countries surveyed have a formally approved policy with a costed plan and sufficient financial resources. So really, the financing to back up those plans is very much missing. And we see these funding gaps of urban sanitation, 74%, rural sanitation, 59% funding gaps. So we've got a long way to go. But in case you're feeling depressed, I would say imagining a better future is possible. We've seen it in our lifetime, especially in the Asian tiger countries, that transformed sanitation within a generation. And at the time, countries like Singapore, when they made their transformation, they had a GDP the same as many sub-Saharan African countries do now. So the economic development came after sanitation, not before it. But what we need to do, we can see, is a quadrupling of progress globally. So that's the bottom line there, is what we need to do on safely managed sanitation. So that's a dramatic acceleration from where we've currently been achieving. And as I said, history shows it can be done. There's the examples of Singapore that I gave, but we heard earlier this morning amazing rapid progress in countries like India, Nigeria, really scaling up. It can be done. And and we have proven effective approaches to get us there. I can't go through all of them now, but if you go to the report, you'll see kind of the 5 SDG 6 global accelerators. And we need progress in all of these areas. To my mind, the governance capacity are some of the really big gaps. But we want to focus today on innovation, because it's clear that our business as usual approaches are not fully integrating climate resilience, and that's really what we're here to discuss today. So I just want to kind of leave you with a question, really. I mean, what kind of future do we want? Do we want this kind of business as usual case where we're leaving all of these myriad of benefits, whether it's child survival, cholera, antimicrobial resistance, food safety, decent work, all of these things, leaving those benefits of sanitation on the table? Or do we want to transition to a climate resilient, accelerated future? Okay, so with that, please do take a look at the report, but I want to bring in Juliet Willits now from the University of Technology, Sydney, to kind of pull this together and tell us, what's the climate angle here and what can we do about it? So over to you, Juliet.
Great, thanks, Kate. So just checking, you're going to advance slides here, because I can't see them where I'm sitting right now. Or shall I share screen? Sorry. To speak to how climate change threatens sanitation services and what it might mean to develop more climate resilient services. And the first question that everyone asks is, what does climate change have to do with sanitation? And people find it very difficult to join together those two things. And so I'm going to try and give you concrete examples that help make that very, very clear. Next slide. So first of all, climate change has everything to do with sanitation. Can we go to the next slide? When we don't have enough water, as Brian described, it has a whole range of different impacts. One of them is that toilets that use water, poor flush toilets, they don't work. We know from our research that people return to open defecation. We also know that women who are often tasked with carrying water, that they have to travel further to collect water for the toilet. We end up with waterways which don't have much flow during dry seasons and drought. They're heavily impacted by polluted wastewater coming into them. And we also have sewage systems that become quite blocked. On to next slide. So climate change also has everything to do with sanitation when we have too much water. Too much water means flooding, groundwater rising, various other problems for sanitation. We end up with combined sewers, and this is a problem not just in low and middle income countries, but also high income countries. We end up with combined sewers that bring together stormwater and sewage. They end up overflowing into lakes, into rivers, shared amongst urban and rural environments. The second point here, when we have on-site systems like septic tanks or pit latrines, it's very difficult to empty them during a time of flooding. You might not even be able to get to the tanks to empty them. We end up with groundwater that's polluted with pathogens, with other chemicals. We can end up with pit latrines that simply collapse because the clay soil underneath, when it's inundated, all spreads apart. In coastal areas where there's tidal flooding, people may not be able to reach their toilets. And again, we found that in our research. And coastal treatment plants, as the sea level rises, in some cases are already becoming inundated or very vulnerable to storm surge. Lastly, fecal matter, depending on the sanitation systems, if they're not sealed, you can end up with backflow into households of fecal matter. Next slide, please. So sanitation also has everything to do with climate change because of greenhouse gases. So fecal matter, when it degrades, creates greenhouse gases. It creates methane, it creates nitrous oxide. And when we centralize how we deal with sanitation, so when we have wastewater treatment at a centralized level, like on the right here, we have ways to capture those gases, or we have technologies that can help us modify our processes to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases going into the atmosphere. But for the large proportion of people served by on-site systems, we're in a very different situation. We're ending up with dispersed contribution of greenhouse gases, of methane and nitrous oxide into the atmosphere. And we have very unclear measurements so far as to what the amount of these gases really is. But we do know, in this paper shown in the center here, we know that they're probably more than we had expected. And we need to do further measurement to really understand just how big a contribution they're making and what we can do to reduce those emissions. Next slide, please. So why does this all matter? If we have systems that don't work well, we end up with those polluted waterways, we end up with open defecation, we end up with our water sources contaminated. And as Kate described, it leads to lost productivity, economic costs, sick populations, and children who are stunted. And as we've seen in Mozambique and even in the Middle East more recently, we see resurgences of diseases such as cholera. Next slide, please. So the question is, what do we need to do about that? And we conducted research recently, bringing together the views of more than 60 organisations of all different types, from city level to country level, local organisations, international organisations across 25 countries, to try and understand and think about what are people already doing and what are the most urgent needs. Next slide, please. And from that work, I'll only give just a few examples, but as Brian mentioned, including sanitation in nationally determined contributions and in national adaptation plans is an obvious win. Sanitation has a place in those plans, and yet that's not very common to date, but we have seen it so far in Uganda and in Nepal. Equally, as is being done in Lusaka and Zambia, we can redesign the infrastructure systems so that they're more robust and their operation is more flexible to be responsive during times when there's too much water or not enough water. We can also plan and better budget for preventive work, upgrading of systems as is being done in Fiji. We can also engage users and raise awareness at the household level. So especially where we have on-site systems, users are really an important stakeholder in terms of climate resilience because they're the ones who manage their facility and their containment system. And lastly, we can better coordinate with other sectors such as agriculture. We can look at positive cycles of how soils can be improved in agriculture sector can be made more resilient. And we can also better integrate sanitation into work that's being done on broader urban resilience. Next slide, please. So if we bring those ideas together, this is then a picture of a climate resilient sanitation system and an enabling environment that can deliver that. It means that we need policy and planning that's informed by the risks and by vulnerabilities. It means we have finance, not just for disaster response, but for proactive action. It means we have infrastructure and service provision that is both robust, it's repairable, and we have operators who are trained to deal with different disturbances in sanitation systems and the treatment systems so that we can keep them functioning even if there are climate hazards. And lastly, the users. We need early warning systems so they know what's happening with weather events, and we can engage them in processes to look after their own systems or for them to know what their alternatives are, whether it be public facilities, portaloos, different facilities that can be used as a stopgap measure during climate events. Next slide, please. And so this research also delivered a knowledge agenda for rapid action. We don't have the time to separately in our silos in different countries and different cities to reinvent the wheel. We have to share and we have to work on the most important issues as a high priority. And so this research came up with many topics to be dealt with in these different areas, sharing between countries, local level data collection for local city governments, ways to implement research with implementation processes so that anytime we're trying new adaptations, we're also documenting and learning and understanding what worked and what didn't work about those adaptations. We need to develop evidence for policy development, evidence to convince policymakers for action, and academic research on the more complicated questions like how can we actually optimize between mitigation and adaptation imperatives. Next slide, please. So what would happen if we managed to create climate resilient urban sanitation services? If we're successful, how would that help? Well, I think the main point is that we can't have community resilience and resilient cities unless we have sanitation. So the first thing we would achieve is wider community resilience. Secondly, we would have the chance to reduce emissions, and we could also enhance water security because there's a lot of water caught up in sanitation systems. And if we can be reusing and recycling that water and keeping it clean, then we're going to enhance water security. And so lastly, other sectors would obviously benefit from that recycled water, but not just that, also the nutrients that are in fecal waste, and also the potential to generate energy from wastewater. Next slide, please. So thank you to the many participating organisations in this research, and it's brought together a lot of energy and motivation to address these issues and bring them to the table in broader climate policy dialogue. Next slide, please. And this is just a QR code for the report that we'd love you to read and to act on, most importantly. So thanks again, and I'll hand back to you, Kate.
Thank you so much, Juliet. I think that really stands out to me because you start with this question, what's it got to do with sanitation? And it seems a bit abstract, but then looking at that, it's actually all like really obvious and important things that perhaps we haven't taken the time to consider. So now let's kind of go into our series of case studies here. I could ask the speakers to all come up, but you may not prefer to be craning your neck. So if you'd like to sit in the front row, then I'll first call Elise Mann from IDU, who's going to tell us about their experience in Cambodia. Elise.
Thank you, Kate. Can I have the next? Oh, I have the next slide. Huh.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elise Mann. I'm the Senior Manager for Global Wash with IDE Global. For those of you that don't know us, IDE Global delivers products, services, and market ecosystems through human-centered design and research to solve everyday problems in local communities. Today, I get to share on behalf of my colleagues in Cambodia about some key lessons that we've learned thinking about climate resilient wash and specifically sanitation. So first, about a month ago, I was with some colleagues in the Tonle Sap Lake region of Cambodia. This is the largest lake in Southeast Asia that's freshwater, and families are deeply affected by and reactive to in relationship to the environment. While we were there, this is the flooding that we saw. Lots of houses that were partially, if not fully submerged. And there's a road that in non-flooded seasons runs along the electrical wiring here. Everyone I talked to said that the flooding was much worse this year than it had been previously. And even those that did have the ability to invest in sanitation products that were designed to be a little bit more climate resilient, some of them were still unable to access that latrine because of how severe the flooding was. So IDE is committed to creating safe sanitation across rural Cambodia. Over the past decade, we've facilitated the sale of over 400,000 toilets in Cambodia. When we started, only 29% of families had a toilet in the areas where we work. Now, nearly 80% have a toilet. But that creates some new problems for us. First, with the coverage, rapid increase in basic sanitation coverage, that has created the urgent need for fecal sludge management. Second, around 25% of Cambodia's population is deeply impacted and lives in challenging environments. So we're talking about heavy rainfall, flood prone, other barriers around high groundwater. And that makes it really difficult not only to think about FSM, but just reaching those that still need sanitation. With our program committed to building climate resilient sanitation across Cambodia, we've been doing a lot of research to understand how we need to pivot our program to really address the central challenges for climate resilient sanitation. So quickly today, I'm going to talk to you about two pieces of research that we've done on understanding how people's behaviors around flood impact their sanitation use and their FSM. And second, I'm going to talk about subsidies that we've been testing with a focus on climate vulnerability. So IDE designed and conducted a fecal sludge management study in partnership with our partners at the University of Colorado Boulder and asked households around their FSM practices and decisions. And then we overlaid historical data around flood events from 2011 and 2013 to see the relationship between climate vulnerability and household sanitation behaviors. What we found is that living in flood-prone areas leads to more frequent pit fillings as well as challenges with latrine functionality. Household size was also seen to contribute significantly to challenges with latrine functionality. And frequent pit fillings and challenges with latrine functionality often leads to unsafe FSM practices, which, as we heard from Juliet, leads to many challenges and public health gains. And second, coming back to this issue of inclusion and equity, we've had the opportunity to conduct research in understanding the effectiveness of a mechanism to target climate vulnerability for sanitation access. So we designed a subsidy mechanism, tested it through a pilot, and then over the last 7 months, from January to August of this year, have tested through an RCT if the mechanism is working. This image here is of our Sky Latrine, which is one of two options offered through this subsidy RCT as a technology for households to invest in. So what we found is that subsidies do make a substantial role in a household's decision to invest in sanitation. We worked in 30 villages across Kampong Chhnang from this year. Over half of the households in the treatment group were eligible for a subsidy, and that's significantly higher than the 25 to 30% that we expected as the project team. The high-level takeaway is where subsidies were offered, 22% of all households purchased a latrine. Without a subsidy, that number drops to just 7% of households electing to purchase a latrine. Further, we found that the subsidies really encouraged families to invest in that sky latrine, which is a much more affordable, a much more expensive product, but much more appropriate as a technology for flood-prone areas. And so what we've learned and how this is impacting our programming. So first, flood-prone areas are really have the ability to exacerbate unsafe FSM practices. And the links between sanitation behavior and climate change validates the need for behavioral interventions. Yes, of course, infrastructure is important and technology is important, but so too is that behavioral focus. We know that the affordability of sanitation continues to be a challenge and a barrier to adoption in more challenging environments, which includes flood-prone areas and heavy rainfall. So to reach everyone, we need to be really creative to think about how we are actually going to address that equity issue. And eligibility criteria for targeted subsidies should go beyond poverty to include climate and socioeconomic vulnerability. And our sector must develop and really invest in practical methods that identify and target household level vulnerability to climate change. And that's the household level here, not just village level, because of such intense variability that can exist at the village level. And as so many people have already said, talking about the importance of bringing others in across silos, is in order to reach everyone, we really need to deepen and apply evidence to develop sharper strategies to address the intersection between SDG 6 and SDG 13, which is why we're all here today. So thank you so much. Here's some QR codes for additional readings. And we'd like to thank everyone who's been involved. We've got a couple of copies over on the side table of some of the research that we've talked about today. And our targeted subsidies research around climate vulnerability will be released hopefully early next year.
That was exactly perfectly on time. She deserves a round of applause for that, as well as an amazing presentation. I'd like to turn now to Ibu Verji from Indonesia and the Ministry of Housing and Planning. Hopefully, Ibu Verji is with us.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Kate?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay.
We will show your slides here.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Maybe or still, yeah. Good afternoon. I think in Egypt. So I'm Ibu Virgi. I'm from the Ministry of National Development Planning. We are tackling all the development issue, of course, including WASH. And I'm here on behalf of the WASH working groups that consists of cross ministries in Indonesia. So we, as you may know, maybe some already know that Indonesia is an archipelagic country. We have more than 10,000 islands, small and big, with a very long coastline. So it's very vulnerable to climate change for sure. And the climate models predict that Indonesia, of course, will face a range of hazards, which you can see in the slide that across the country and across the seasons. This includes a significant increase in temperature and more frequent and intense heavy rainfall events, and an increase in the mean sea level by 2050. And because of this, 50 million people living in low-lying coastal areas are also at risk from the sea level rise. So if we calculate it on the economic side of this impact, the impacts are estimated to cost Indonesia 2.5 to 7% of GDP, with the costs from the sea level rise and health impacts mostly incurred in urban areas. So by 2024, it's also predicted that there will be a water scarcity in most areas, especially on Java Island and Nusa Tenggara Island. But of course, although some of area more wet than ever. So at this year, we never really have the dry season at all. Actually, we experience wet wet season all the year. No dry. Maybe in some parts, but in Java it's very very wet at the moment. But predicted it will be some water scarcity in some area of Java and Nusa Tenggara Islands. And we see that most of the natural disaster events in Indonesia is also hydrometeorological disaster such as floods and that has a high incident in recent years. So to anticipate this kind of impacts, especially in the water sector, we work together with UNICEF Indonesia, UTS, and University of Indonesia to conduct a multi-study on sanitation and climate change, which provides evidence of significant impacts of climate hazards on household and service providers along the sanitation chain. So we trying, if we want to convince, especially local government who doing the services for the people, because we have more than 500 local governments in Indonesia. It's a big country. It's a big island archipelagic country. So we need to find evidence that this is real, that the problem is real, and we have to face it. We have to anticipate. So that's why we conduct this study to make it more to find the evidence that this is happening in Indonesia, and we need to do something with it. So from this research, we see that climate change will likely limit sanitation progress. I think it's very in line with what has been done in Cambodia, what Juliet already said, that it is very consistent, that the impacts that it will limit sanitation progress, which in turn can be expected to result in wider social, environmental, and public health impacts. So it shows, the study shows that all hazards were reported in all cities. We conduct the study in 4 cities, mostly in coastal cities, but it's very big cities, consists of more than 1 million people in there. So, but yet to different extent, including variation within cities. So, flooding and water shortages were the most reported hazards, with access to toilet affected by multiple times per week due to drought and flood. So they have the access to the toilet is affected by these incidents. Lack of toilet access for function due to flooding, high sea level, and wind damage was also reported to cause open defecation or use alternative toilets such as family or neighbors' toilets or public facilities. The study also found that water shortages prevented toilet use due to insufficient water supply, causing more than 50% of survey households to lose sanitation access multiple times per month or even per week. So if water was not sufficiently available for using the toilet, the study shows that 30% of participants reported they would practice open defecation. So it's a big number for us because we still also experience quite number of open defecation without the climate change. So flood waters, high tides, storm surge cause water to enter in another side, that more flood waters, high tides, and storm surge cause water to enter toilet facilities and drains. Strong winds did not frequently impact sanitation facilities, but when they do, get privacy concerns. So in conclusion, climate change poses a substantial threat to the achievement of an open defecation free in Indonesia, also a safely managed sanitation. So we are not happy, but we happy in terms that we found the evidence. From the study, we also found that heightened stress and discomfort of defecation needs was experienced during climate hazard, including for women, children, and vulnerable households. So they have a worse experience or more severe discomfort during climate events in accessing the toilets. So that's on the household level, but for the operator, at the operators or service provider levels, the floods also give more pressure, like demand for emptying increased, but demand for emptying the septic tank is increased, but the service provider access was also limited because of the hazard. Sludge treatment plants forced to close multiple times because of the hazard as well. And then during the droughts, receivers to communal wastewater treatment plants were blocked during dry season, but also water shortages affected treatment plant to operate. So in general, we see that urban communities have the most vulnerable situation because of the climate change. They will have less water because of more water shortages, the hydrological disaster, and also especially when local company use groundwater or surface water as their raw water surfaces. For the poor, is also the most affected one because no or less water provided by the system. They will need some to buy water from the water vendors with higher price than the common tariff. During the stress period, long droughts, for example, local government then should also provide more drinking water, provide outside the system, coming directly to the household, providing water for the poor and also for other stakeholders. So with this evidence in national level, we see that we need efforts to anticipate this. The efforts should first start from planning, improving the planning, mainstreaming the climate change, whether it is in terms of adaptation especially, and also of course in terms of mitigation. And then institutional, more responsive to this situation, financing that is ready for climate change anticipation, and then infrastructure option and user awareness, water cycle management understanding, and water monitoring and evaluation. So at the first step, climate change risk and resilience system need to be reflected in our sanitation policy and planning and climate policy, especially on adaptation. Adaptation need to be included sanitation. Based on the study result, we also mapped out the role of actor, including local government. As I mentioned, local government is the one who giving the service to the household. So they are the one who knows really well the situation in the field, and they need to anticipate this hazard and this situation, being responsive, being resilient to these impacts. Current effort and roles of the local government for climate resilience are focused more on the institution and financing, such as develop risk and vulnerability informed planning, also to develop responsive financing for both adaptive measures and disaster response. So we see that strengthening WASH climate resilience should target all components of WASH, consists of user beneficiary, service providers, infrastructure, financing, and also operation of WASH access and services. Strengthening WASH climate resilience should follow the framework to guide the identification, initiative, and action to enhance climate resilience features in the WASH system under specific climate scenarios. So we developed the framework. We will use it for the local government to be as the reference, how they can improve their action in providing WASH. In the framework, we provide examples that should be taken to support climate resilience by various actors. It will explain also examples from community and service provider perspective. So the first and main action to mainstream WASH climate resilience into climate change policy and planning is to find the entry point. That's also important to drive the established obligation and targets for improving WASH climate resilience that apply to all sectors, because WASH is also influenced by many other sectors, such as the water resources, infrastructure, community, change behavior, and so on, financing, and so on. So sectors related to enabling component of WASH systems, such as energy, weather, climate information, disaster management, will be encouraged to support the strengthening of WASH system through this high-level entry point. So we see that some of the entry point include national regulation for drinking water supply system, domestic wastewater management system, in addition to the national guidelines for preparation for district and city sanitation strategy, regional policy and strategy of drinking water supply system, implementation of community-based total sanitation, and others. So as a closing, as for follow-up, we will disseminate the result of this study and also the guidance to pilot the implementation of the framework in the local context. This is to continue our current initiatives to supporting the local government in mainstreaming climate resilience in their WASH planning. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shibaverji. We're going to move now to our next case study from Asia before we then move to Africa. So Deepak Khadka is from IDE, speaking about Bangladesh is next. Deepak, are you with us?
I am with you, Kate.
Wonderful.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted and honored to be here. For my presentation today, I am representing 4 partners who have come together to design, finance, and implement the SANMARK initiative. SANMARK is short for Sanitation Marketing. And this program is a collaboration between the government of Bangladesh, the Embassy of Switzerland in Bangladesh, UNICEF, and IDE, along with many important private sector partners. And I'm really delighted and honored to be presenting this on behalf of them. My presentation today, Kate, will focus on sharing our lessons on 2 broad themes. The first one is on how WASH solutions can be both affordable and scalable if we put emphasis on using market-based approaches as opposed to relying solely on development assistance, which becomes an important agenda around the financing gap to meet the SDG goals that you talked about earlier. And the second theme, in line with what the keynote from Brian was, is on the lessons in designing climate adaptive sanitation solutions that are resilient and robust, so that investments made in improving access to water and sanitation can be safeguarded in climate vulnerable region. So thank you. Just keep on this slide for a second. This slide gives a quick context on the situation of Bangladesh right now. The most recent data shows that Bangladesh has made remarkable progress in terms of addressing open defecation. And thanks to the efforts from many different sectors and investments made by both the government and development partners. But of course, access to improved sanitation or improved latrines remains, open defecation, just by addressing it, you still don't have the access to improved sanitation, with almost half of the country still using some form of unimproved solution. And you can see an example of a very basic and quite degraded latrine in this picture, which are unfortunately more the norms rather than the exceptions. Next slide, please. It was against this backdrop that the SANMARK program was conceptualized between the partners, with major design inputs from to IDE from the Embassy of Switzerland and UNICEF, and launched in 2015. The SANMARK model is quite simple. The goal was to find the right balance between an affordable technology and that the technology had to be delivered through a context-specific business model to reach the last mile. In this photo, you'll see 2 latrine business entrepreneurs that market, sell, install, and provide maintenance services to their consumers. And you'll also see a blue pan called a Sato pan, designed by Lixil, which is the core technology to make this latrine safe and hygienic. We have reached over 1.5 million people who have bought these improved latrines, and through more than 2,000 sanitation entrepreneurs like those 2 gentlemen you see there. And we plan to reach nearly 5 million people by the time this project ends, resulting in a self-sustaining market. Next slide, please. However, in late May 2021, the coastal belt of southwestern Bangladesh and parts of the northeast India was hit by Cyclone Yas. More than 1.3 million people were affected in Bangladesh alone. 26,000 houses and over 16,000 latrines were destroyed or damaged. And this picture is from Satkhira district in Bangladesh, where over 200,000 families were affected. And you can see the damage to the infrastructure there in the picture. And just to put things in perspective, this was the same time when COVID pandemic had been going on for almost a year and had severely depleted the resilience and coping capacity of these communities. And with the most recent predictions, of course, events like these are likely to be more frequent and more severe. Next slide, please. So in November, IDE conducted a detailed analysis of the situation using a framework called the Climate, Environment, and Disaster Risk Reduction Integration Guidance. In short, it's called CEDRIC. Sorry, it's a mouthful. It's a tool developed by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, SDC, that seeks to systematically integrate climate, environment, and DRR into development programs like these, and to enhance the overall resilience of systems and communities. So needless to say, the results were quite obvious. On one hand, we had made quite an interesting progress in changing sanitation behaviors and encouraging low-income households to invest their hard-earned money in latrines. And on the other hand, they were seeing their investments literally wash away. So during this Cedric analysis, communities after communities were saying the same thing to us. Why invest in latrines if we cannot safeguard it? Next slide, please. And without the ability for these communities or the lack of confidence for them to invest in new technologies and safeguard them, they were obviously reverting to unimproved solution like this one, and we definitely don't want them to be doing this. And for us, the question was, if we don't find answers for these communities, we could see years of investments from the government, from development partners, and most importantly, from the communities themselves being wasted. Next slide, please. And the impact of the cyclone was not only felt by the communities, but perhaps even more so by the local entrepreneurs within the market ecosystem. There were many conversations like the one that this gentleman is talking about, who most of them were, really just barely recovering from the business loss due to COVID, and then they had a compounded impact by the cyclone. Next slide, please. So if you go to the next slide, thank you, perfect. So at IE, we understand technology and business. This is what we do. So it was back to the drawing board for us. We had to understand how these specific weather conditions affect existing infrastructure and how what low-cost adaptation could look like. There were many iterations to our design, but we finally ended up with some interesting features that we found to work. Could you go back one slide? This included designing the shape to reduce wind forces, so it's round in its shape, introducing new materials to increase durability, and adding a raised platform to address flooding. And at the same time, of course, we wanted this to be affordable. Next slide, please. So the next step was to adapt the market ecosystem. One slide back, please. We wanted to adapt the market ecosystem. Perfect. The question was, could these new designs of latrine be built and scaled by the entrepreneurs themselves? And of course, the simple answer was yes, they could. Very quickly, we realized how adaptive these entrepreneurs were and how innovative they could be in the use of materials and designs. Next slide, please. The preliminary results for us have been good. These new solutions are still affordable. They are still available through the same market channels. And in some cases, these designs have been through some heavy storms, though a major cyclone has not come through yet. And fingers crossed, of course, that it won't. But the main takeaway for us is that there is an increased capacity of the system, which includes the communities, the entrepreneurs, and the supply chain around them to respond to changes and to adapt. And this is important because building the resilience capacity of a system means that the system actors also become more resilient. Next slide, please. And finally, just as a reminder, we get excited about the technology, but most often when we talk about solutions, it's not just about the technology, it is about the consumers. It is about their desires, about their behavior, their affordability. And we're now working on ways to reduce the cost of product and production by exploring alternate materials to keep the prices low. It is also about the market ecosystem and their capacity to continue to adapt and respond to the impacts of climate change. And for us, most importantly, it is about creating real partnerships based on mutual respect and support, such as this one here with Sandmark Initiative between the government of Bangladesh, the Embassy of Switzerland, UNICEF, and of course, IDE facilitating these networks and engagements to scale these models. So I'm going to stop here, Kate. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Deepak. I've got so many thoughts and questions, but we need to keep moving to our next presenter. This is Adam Gali from WaterAid Mozambique. Please, Adam, here's your pointer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. And let me just say how fantastic it is to see how many people have turned out to hear us talking about toilets and poo. I think it's amazing. And it's the first time I've been to COP. And I realized that the last COP was the first time we had a water pavilion. I think this COP's the first time we've had a water day. And maybe next COP we'll have a poo day or a sanitation pavilion. I don't know, but I think just to say a few words before I start the presentation, I don't know if we can go to the next slide. Oh, it's me, isn't it? There we go. I think my presentation now is going to take us back a bit. It's not so much about technology and specific solutions. It's more about making the case for sanitation as being part of climate adaptation plans and critically climate adaptation financing. And the reason I wanted to do that is because we have a very specific experience in Mozambique. WaterAid has been working with a number of different agencies, government agencies, with Maputo, the capital city, city council, to develop a bid for climate adaptation funds. And at the beginning, this bid, in line with most of the work that WaterAid does, we wanted to ensure that it included water, sanitation, and hygiene, what we call WASH. But we were told quite early on that actually sanitation is not something that could be included. I think people see the links with sanitation, but it's, from the perspective of where we were working, we were told that it wasn't something that could be included for climate adaptation funding. So I think there's still a need to make the case for sanitation as being fundamental and critical to climate adaptation in countries like Mozambique. And I've heard a lot of people using this phrase, climate change is water change. And so I would extend that a bit and say water change is sanitation change, and sanitation change is public health change. So if we want to build resilience and we want to ensure vulnerable populations continue to enjoy good health, we need to think about sanitation, because that's kind of a major part of the bridge between climate change and public health. So I'll start by just saying a few words about Mozambique. Hopefully most of you have heard of Mozambique. I know there's a number of colleagues here from Mozambique in the audience. Mozambique is a country in the southeastern part of Africa. It's a country that unfortunately experiences climate change and water change in a number of different ways, but it's critically often through too much water, and often it's through too little water. It's got a very long coastline, as you can see on the map on the right there. It borders the Indian Ocean, and the Indian Ocean, like many oceans now, it's heating up, and it's making the climatic events associated with the ocean more frequent, more intense, and they're causing more destruction. I think Mozambique is rated the 5th most climate vulnerable country by the UN Climate Index. And that's not just because of its geography, but also because it's a very underdeveloped country. And I looked this up this morning. It's actually rated 180 out of 189 countries on the Human Development Index. So it's a very underdeveloped country. And this makes it more vulnerable to the impact of climate change, of course. The population of Mozambique is about 32 million. A large part of the population lives very close to the coast, which is also, I think, part of the reason why it's so climate vulnerable. The major cities like Maputo, like Beira, like Pemba, as you can see on the map there, all coastal cities. And unlike many other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, the population is going to double in the next 30 years. So there are big problems now, but these problems, more people are going to be experiencing these challenges in the years to come. The population of Mozambique is still largely rural, but there is, as with many other countries, an increasing amount of rapid urbanization taking place. More people are moving to cities, and the cities are struggling to cope. People are settling in areas that are prone to climate risks, and they're settling in an unplanned way, which is obviously also increasing challenges in terms of providing access to water and sanitation. So, as I said, it's experiencing climate change in two ways. And just to give a couple of examples, on the bottom two pictures there, you can see a very extreme drought in the southern part of the country. This was around 2017, 2018. Maputo, the capital city, almost ran out of water. It's largely dependent on a reservoir just outside the city. The reservoir reduced to about 12% of its volume in 2018. So if there'd been another period of drought, the capital city would have run out of water. Above that, you can see a picture of Cyclone Idai. Cyclone Idai hit the country twice in 2019. If you look on the right, that map there is the trajectory of Cyclone Idai. It came in, it twisted around, it went back out, and it hit the country again. So they got walloped twice by the same cyclone. And then 1 month later, Cyclone Kenneth hit the country in the north, further north. So just in the space of 3 years or so, climate change was experienced in a very extreme way, both in the forms of too little and too much water. Okay. So let's talk a bit about sanitation in Mozambique. So sanitation, the statistics are very dire. I looked them up this morning, but it depends on sort of rural and urban areas. But I think about 20% of the population in urban areas, 20% of the population overall are still practicing open defecation. And in rural areas, that goes up to about 30% or more. And about 45% also don't have access to improved sanitation. And these are some of the sort of real stories here. So we've got a collection of families showing us some examples of the latrines they have. Some of the problems they have are that the latrines, they don't provide they're not provided with any external support. So they're building latrines out of very precarious materials. These materials can easily be destroyed. When there's flooding, latrines overflow. The human waste enters the environment. And this causes health problems. People are reporting things like skin rashes. They're reporting things like diarrhea. As we heard earlier, there are cases of cholera. Cholera can spread very quickly. So often with things like cyclones, the thing you see on the news is the damage the cyclone does, the high winds. But actually the toll in terms of health comes afterwards, the flooding and the spread of disease. So as we said earlier, sanitation and climate change and health are inextricably linked. So these are just some real examples of what people are facing. Here, I just wanted to come back to this, I think, diagrams that were showed earlier and introduce you to a new one, the shit flow diagram, which you can see below here. Excuse my profanity there. This was developed for the city of Maputo with our support. So I think Kate talked about this in the beginning, but we look at the different steps in the sanitation chain there: containment, emptying, transport, treatment, reuse, and disposal. And if we just focus on the first three there, I think there's some very clear areas where climate change is linked. Often people are building latrines with precarious materials, heavy rains. It's a very sandy soil in Mozambique. These latrines can collapse very easily, and then people return to open defecation. Another challenge is with emptying latrines. So often the latrines are not emptied. When there's flooding, the human waste is entering the environment and contaminating the environment and causing people to get sick. And even with the transport, in Maputo, there's only one treatment station for human waste. It means a lot of the waste is being illegally dumped. Even if the latrines are being emptied, the waste is still being illegally dumped and it's entering the environment. And if there's more frequent rains and flooding, those problems are getting worse. So it's another area where I think sanitation is linked and where there's a need for financing. And I think one area where I know sanitation practitioners are somewhat divided is around subsidies, which Elise mentioned in her presentation earlier. For me, I think there's a clear case for smart subsidies for sanitation, particularly in these challenging environments. We know people are not going to be able to afford to build resilient latrines in a country like Mozambique. They just don't have the resources. And as we mentioned before, sanitation is a public good. So I think there is a case for climate change adaptation funds to be used and also for smart subsidies to be used. So yeah, that was just a quick diagram to show how we are envisaging at WaterAid Mozambique, at least, the intersection between climate, health, and that water sanitation and hygiene is how these things are linked. And I think what I also wanted to emphasize before I finish is that we're not talking necessarily about building latrines that could withstand a cyclone. I don't think that will be possible, although there's obviously a very, very strong case for using more resilient technology. But what we need to do, and our sort of philosophy, at least at WaterAid, is that we need to ensure sustainable services for water sanitation and hygiene, services that can recover quickly after a disaster and bring those services back online so that people have access to those services in a sustainable and resilient way. So that's the end. And there's just a few pictures there of some work we've been doing around the peri-urban areas of Maputo, again with the Satopan technology, helping communities, working with artisans, working with promoters to support communities to build more resilient latrines. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. It's what's kind of clear from all of these case studies to me is we're learning so much, and we've talked about urgency. So I want to call on our next two speakers now from the Resilient Cities Network and from BMZ to kind of talk to us a bit about how we can use these networks to bring this learning to scale. So please, Dita, you can come together if you like. I'll bring a second microphone.
Yes, thank you very much, Kate. And well, Adam, actually, you took the words right out of my mouth when you spoke about we're having now the second water pavilion at the COP. And many applaud on this. I personally applaud as well. But we're still not there. Not only about water, as you said, in particular about sanitation. So you have a long way to go to really put water and sanitation at the heart of the climate discussions. Because this is where it belongs, because not only because it's so severely affected as a sector by climate change, but also in particular because it is providing a lot of solutions and opportunities for the climate discussion. The investments in sanitation cannot only minimize climate risks, but also significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as we have been shown. And as I was happy to see the shit flow diagram you just presented, because that's one of the elements of Susanna, the network I'm going to present, which has been developed by them, and it's been used a lot, and is now also used for really looking into greenhouse gas emissions as well. So where can we actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions? Sustainable sanitation, therefore, can also sequester carbon, but also, I think this is important to notice. Again, I think someone talked about getting out of the silos. I think that's key. Sanitation can also bring significant benefits when it comes to an alternative for fertilizers, an alternative for irrigation, an alternative for energy. So therefore, it is not only about looking for sanitation solutions, but it's really linking and getting out of the silos and linking with other sectors. We've seen very interesting and very insightful, and for me as a field person from GIZ, I worked for 20 years now almost in the field, very inspiring field case studies. However, today on behalf of BMZ, I will be just quickly presenting and introducing a network Susanna, because we believe, and I think it's overall quite well recognized, global networks have an important role to play when it comes to really spreading the word about the field experiences, the knowledge which has been gained in the field, but then also channel this into a global exchange. Networks can accelerate the adoption and scaling up of solutions and of good practices. And the Sustainable Sanitation Alliance, Susanna, and the Resilient Cities Network, which Stuart will speak in a second about, I believe are two good examples of global networks which help coordinate that effort. Susanna, since its foundation in 2007, has been working with over 380 partners worldwide and 14,000 members to integrate sustainable sanitation solutions in the dialogue, including now in the climate discourse. To make the important interlinkages between sanitation and climate change better known and visible, Susanna has produced a range of knowledge products and actions. This include, for example, joint publications, forum discussions, webinars, but also a series of podcasts which make the scientific findings and the real world findings, if you want, on the subject accessible to the general public. The network has achieved, I believe, a great outreach, and just the three recent key sector publications on the subject have accumulated more than 10,000 views and 1,500 downloads worldwide from the Susanna website in a very short time. So by encouraging the engagement of these many sector players on the subject, Susanna acts as a think tank and a sounding board and helps to harmonize also the development of solutions and the voice of the sanitation sector on climate change. Now, the BMZ, the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, has been one of the proud supporters of Susanna for many, many years. And together with other Susanna partners, we are creating that sanitation sector knowledge and activism that is urgently needed to quickly tackle the climate crisis and to put, as I said at the beginning, the sanitation at the heart of the climate discourse. So with this, I hand over to Stuart for the Resilient Cities Network.
Thank you. Thanks, Dietrich. So thank you for having Resilient Cities Network here in the lineup. It means a lot to all of us as we work with partners on stage and online and are connecting this to the work that we do. And for me, it's near and dear to my heart in terms of the subject matter. So we are, as Resilient Cities Network, the leading urban resilience focused network, which is a position that we've taken from the very beginning 10 years ago. So we're bringing together knowledge, practice, policy, funding, and partnerships, and empowering cities to do the work of building this sustainable and resilient future for all. These are some of the ingredients that we use in this network effect to do more with all of you and to bring to light what you've seen already in terms of sort of the solutions and the research. But one thing I want to mention is that when we say resilience, we mean something that was the big red circle actually in that last diagram, which means it's holistic, equitable, and it's focused on not just surviving and adapting, but on thriving. And you'll hear us say that kind of again and again. So thriving in face of shocks and stresses. And you see the combination of shocks and stresses in many of these research pieces and diagrams. For us, therefore, sanitation isn't an option to be resilient as a city and a community of any size. And so there's a few things I want to just bring out that are kind of the things that we would look at in a networked way, as Dietrich already sort of alluded to, to capture the resilience value and to work together. So we know that urban sanitation remains an area of increased investment that we need to build resilient and sustainable sanitation systems has become now more urgent with climate change, with the shock side of it. It's also something that for nature-based solutions, biodiversity and habitat restoration have to be taken seriously. If there's no resilient city sanitation, there's no resilience in the ocean or riverine or lacustrine ecosystems. So it's kind of a self-defeating treadmill that we're on, a recovery treadmill. So it's a key enabler for building urban resilience and climate action, and we want to bring that together. And we would describe it, sanitation, almost as a co-benefits and resilience generator, and that's how we can use it to do more. And this is also in the face of more climate risks to cities and their natural environments. Resilient sanitation systems can play a key role in reducing emissions, as was mentioned, in protecting and augmenting precious water systems, and in ensuring that communities can survive shocks and stresses and recover more quickly from them. So cities are positioned, and with us kind of supporting them, Susanna and us and other networks, they're the drivers of the sanitation action. And while they are on the front line of actually creating some of the sanitation crisis, they're the centers of innovation and opportunities with a high concentration of resources and people. But those resources are critical in driving scalable solutions and building sustainable sanitation systems. And that unlocks the resilience value that we talked about to strengthen their overall resilience of the community. However, it's been mentioned, cities need support in a range of capacity building and preparation, but they also need financing. It's one of the areas where I'm most concentrated, and financing catalytic projects that can drive and strengthen sanitation systems to aggregate and scale, and that has been mentioned. That kind of demand from our cities is why we developed the Resilient Community Impact Funds at Resilient Cities Network, and also the investment protocol for coastal resilience that we announced during COP this year with the UN Climate Champions, the Ocean Climate Platform, and ICLEI, bringing these worlds together. And we're starting in Africa with that. It's also why we are members and sit on the steering committee of the Ocean Sewage Alliance. If you don't know them, look them up. We're kind of deep in the poop as well. So finally, city networks such as Resilient Cities Network and our other partners like ICLEI and Susanna and many others end up being key resources for cities to share and accelerate. We are an accelerant, right? And pushing urban resilience. I think also importantly, and we talk about this a lot, breaking down the silos. And I would say in this room, in the conversation right now, if we could just get to 6, 11, 13, and 14 and do that together, especially as a ocean passion person, we would have a better system already in place and make those connections and accelerations you've heard described. So we are very proud to support the declaration and the call to action, and I will leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we've been learning loads. I hope you're all still with us because this is the bit that we're all here for, really. It's the call to action. We want to use these networks, use all of this learning we've seen to really get behind a call to action on accelerating climate resilient sanitation. So I want to bring in BC Abagemi from UNICEF, who's been doing all the hard work to pull together this climate, this call to action. BC, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Wonderful.
Good day, everybody. My name is BC Agbiremi. I'm a water sanitation agent specialist with UNICEF. And for this presentation, I'm representing a network of partners that have been involved in global advocacy and providing support for accelerating progress on climate resilient sanitation. And thanks so much for all the previous speakers as they have laid a very good foundation for this presentation. I will just try and summarize, just to again make us focus on this particular presentation, to say that climate change is drastically changing the world we live in. It is devastating lives, undermining progress made in improving access to sanitation, and hampering achieving the sector's goal of universal access to safe sanitation. In summary, we are saying that the impact of climate change is hampering progress. 3.6 billion do not have access to clean sanitation. And for us to achieve the SDG 6.2, we need to quadruple our efforts. We've had this several times. We cannot but want to reinforce that. Climate resilient sanitation is currently underfunded and less prioritized for investment. There's generally low level of awareness and capacity for mainstreaming climate resilient in sanitation programming, and there's inadequate research, evidence on impact of climate change on sanitation, and impact of sanitation on climate change for effective planning and delivery of appropriate interventions. These have all been demonstrated from all the case studies we've had. Next slide, please. Towards addressing the climate crisis to accelerate progress and access to clean sanitation, this call to action, which we are presenting today or launching, was jointly developed by UNICEF, the Global Green Growth Institute, University of Technology Sydney, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UN Habitat, the World Health Organization, Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, Resilient Cities Network, WaterAid, and SNV. And we are calling on partners, stakeholders. We are saying that partners must unite to address the devastating effect of climate change on sanitation. We've had this several times. Sanitation systems and services must be made resilient to protect environment, promote public health, and accelerate progress. We must explore the large unmet potential of sanitation to contribute to adaptation and mitigation in other sectors. And the sanitation sector must put emphasis on mainstream climate adaptation and mitigation in routine programming. In terms of, next slide, in terms of specific action to various stakeholders, we're saying that for governments at national and subnational levels, that they must incorporate climate resilient sanitation in policies, legislations, plans, budgets, their national determined contributions, their national action plans, national adaptation plans rather. They must increase through domestic resources and mobilize innovative financing, including climate finance, private sector finance, for scaling up climate resilient sanitation. And they have to provide an enabling environment for promoting appropriate approaches and management of practices, service delivery models, and strengthening system and capacities for climate resilient sanitation. We have demonstrated that there are a lot of case studies, there are researches, but these are not being scaled up. For development partners and civil society organizations, we are saying that they should support the strengthening of government systems and capacity in terms of scaling up climate resilient sanitation. You support strengthening of climate rationale for the sanitation sector to attract investment, because again, for some of us in the field, one of the reasons where we are still underfunded is the fact that we are still unable to establish that link in terms of rationale, why sanitation is important to climate change and why climate change is important to sanitation. So we really need a lot of support in that area. And of course, the development partners and civil society organizations, can help to develop harmonized tools for risk assessment, adaptation and mitigation measures, and development of investment plans. And as for donors, we are saying that they should support increasing investment for climate sanitation service along the entire service chain so that we can be able to resolve these challenges we are facing, and increase funding for it in the area of data, evidence generation to provide effective evidence-based planning and programming. These are extremely very, very important. Next slide, please. For the academic and research institutions, they also have a role to play. I think we've had a case study of a lot of research that have been done. We need more, definitely. We need more evidence, we need more research. So we're saying that they should help in conducting more research on the impact of climate change on sanitation service delivery. And of course, in collaboration with government and other development partners, they can help to identify best technical solutions and strategies for scaling up climate resistant sanitation. The word here is scaling up. We have pockets of successes around there. When we look at the magnitude of the problems we are talking about, moving at this scale will not get us there. So we really need to wrap up support, pull our heads together, and make sure we have everything it takes for us to scale up all these excellent models we already, which are presented, we already have. And for private sectors too, they also have a role to play. They can support in establishing affordable and resilient sanitation products and services for all, support implementation of new innovative adaptation and mitigation solutions, and in the area of financing, they can bring some small-scale financing as well. So these are areas we believe the private sectors can really help. For the climate activists, including youths, they are very energetic. They can join advocates' efforts on scaling up climate-resistant sanitation and mitigation options. And of course, they can be part of this ongoing social mobilization drive for awareness creation on the impact of climate change on sanitation systems and strengthening of community resilience to climate-related shocks and stresses. These are extremely very important actions we are talking about. And these are just summary. These are just highlights of the call to action. And of course, for more detailed information, I will refer us to go online using the QR code we have there to get more information on the call to action. Let me thank all the partners that have been involved in this. And of course, we're going to partner or work with others. And let's join hands together. We need to accelerate progress on safe and climate-resistant sanitation over in the coming years. Our future depends on it. Thank you so much, and over to you, Kate.
Thank you, BC. Hopefully all of you know that in 2 days' time it's World Toilet Day. So if you do nothing else, download this, tweet it, send it out, make sure, talk about what you've learned at COP and make sure sanitation is part of the story and join the call to action. We've got just really, we're out of time actually, but Paul, you've been sitting there looking like you're making notes. Give us a couple of wise words to close. This is Paul Deverell from FCDO from the UK.
Yeah, sorry, I've been dabbling on trying to influence negotiations going on in room 16. Firstly, I'd just like to say thanks to WHO and to UNICEF and to everyone, in fact, for participating in the discussion. It does strike me, and those involved in the Water Pavilion chat will notice that the solutions, there's an awful lot has been presented about the technical approaches, what can be achieved with participation at different ways, the idea of having a whole cycle approach to this. But actually, I think the elephant in the room is how we engage politically, especially in a climate space. And that resonates maybe with the whole of the COP. Yeah, so if we really want our sanitation services to be climate resilient, which we all do, from my perspective, that's got a major health issue associated with it as well, then we're going to, as a community, have to figure out how to engage politically, with at very high levels to get traction on what is obviously a desperately needed situation. Because then we'll have an environment to actually place the technologies, the approaches, the strategies which have been discussed today. At the moment, I fear, though, I'm not sure if we've got that right. So there's a lot that I will take away with me, but maybe all of us take away with me to think about very carefully, how do we get that political engagement absolutely right? Because time is running out. So, but thank you again to all those involved and all those online if you're still listening. And we have a lot of work to do, and I don't want to hold up any people much longer on this one. Thanks so much.
Yes. We're good to go. Okay. Farai and Pablo is there. Okay. Is he coming? You know your chair? We're good. Maybe two here and then one here. So we are split. Yeah, there we go. So here we are. This is the first launching of the day. We are here to launch not a new framework, not a new document, but we are here to launch. Please take the seat. We are here to launch a new edition, a 2022 edition, that is being just posted actually on the GWP, the Global Water Partnership UNICEF collaboration website. This is a framework that it was launched first back in 2015. It's fruit of a collaboration between UNICEF and the Global Water Partnership. And yeah, because of different reasons that we will discuss briefly, the framework has been updated. So it's, as I said, it's brand right now posted on the collaboration website. And this is the QR code where you will be able to see this collaboration website, and you will see this updated framework being launched. This is the way the framework looks. We don't have paper. We are going green, and we don't have paper copies here. But you can take a look to the website and download. I will just make a very brief, short intro to this framework, but I'm really happy that we have here three speakers that I will introduce in just a couple of minutes to discuss. They are representatives from both the Global Water Partnership and UNICEF, and they will be speaking on this. But let me just give you a little glimpse of what this framework is about. So this framework is nothing revolutionary indeed. It's something very basic, but it's something that is helping the water, sanitation, and hygiene sector to have kind of a step-by-step approach as to how to integrate climate resilience in the sector, right? As I said, it's nothing revolutionary, it's nothing that you haven't seen before. It's four quadrants, it's four areas of work. The first one is about understanding the problem. Understanding the problem means understanding what are the climate impacts and the climate risk to water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. It means understanding who are the stakeholders that can work together with us, meaning the climate stakeholders, colleagues working in disaster risk reduction, colleagues working with climate projections, understanding who are the stakeholders that are going to help us in the sector to understand the problem and to understand the climate risk, understanding how floods, as we've seen now, impact sanitation, how droughts impact water supply, etc. Right? The second area of work goes once we've been able to understand what are the climate impacts in our sector, we need to move forward and understand what are the potential solutions, right? So this area of work within this framework goes about identifying and appraising climate resilient solutions that are also, as we've seen in the previous sessions, low carbon as well. Then it's nothing, again, it's intuitive. We have understood the risk. We have appraised different options. So then it's time to implement climate resilient solutions. One of the components here is about also seeking the resources for implementation, right? It's understanding, it goes as well as understanding what are the impacts, socioeconomic and environmental impact of WAS interventions, addressing those, and then finding the resources for implementation. And finally, just monitoring and moving forward. Monitoring means the difficult task of understanding what is the progress that we are making with climate resilient water supply and sanitation. And this is not something simple. There are indicators that this framework comes with, and there is different research already going on as to how can we measure progress in this area. And it's also on building lessons learned. Just quickly to tell you that one of the key features of this framework is that it's presenting for the sector a simplified results framework. That means nothing else than giving you ideas for implementation in countries as to what are the outcomes that we are after. We are after climate resilient infrastructure, yes, and services, yes. We are looking at what we are discussing this morning here, how resilient water supply, sanitation, and hygiene contributes to build community resilience. And it gives you ideas on how to work with all these areas at the national level, subnational, river basin, watershed level, and also at the local level. This is just, you see, the framework comes, the updated framework comes with a series of activities that you can be looking at. But, and then also linking with what we have just seen in the previous session, there is also, together with the launching of this framework, there is the launching of a new technical brief on climate resilient sanitation. And here you have the QR code as well for downloading this. But just was this little introduction about the framework so that we get up to speed. And now I'm very happy to have here with us Pablo. Pablo is Pablo Bereciertua. I hope I'm pronouncing right. This is Pablo is GWP chair, and he will be speaking in a minute on issues around the framework. We also have with us Farai Tunhuma. She is the new appointed Water and Environment UNICEF headquarters senior advisor, and is taking now, she's going from a regional into a global role. And Farai has been very well working with the previous framework, and she will be also talking about this. But we didn't want to leave this session without having also a country perspective, and that's why we are really happy to have you here, Tajendra. You are the coordinator of the Nepal Global Water Partnership, and you are also very familiar with the framework that it's been in place for a few years, but also you will share with us some ideas on how the updated framework can work. I think we will start with you, Pablo, because the question that I wanted to make to you is that we have already discussed, this is not a new framework, this is an updated version of an existing framework. So perhaps the question to you is, apart from giving us your views on how GWP sees this updated framework, is like a little bit as well, what were the reasons for an update, right? And what are perhaps the ideas behind going and updating the framework? Pablo, over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. And also to be able to share with you why we believe this is such a significant issue. There is no way of solving the basic services of water and sanitation without linking them with IWRM, Integrated Water Resources Management. And now IWRM is being completely transformed by climate change. So what we are looking here with this new document and work, and let me say that we are very happy that we work together with UNICEF, and we know that because of that, this is going to be having a really significant impact on the ground, is basically to include climate resiliency within the basic framework. And if we want to do that, we were pointing in the idea that since 1992, taking the Rio Summit as an initial time, more than 4 billion people have been impacted by floods, droughts, storms, and so on. And in order to change that, we need to include resiliency in the system, and we need to link the services, the basic services, with water resources management. So in this framework, the updated version of the framework, you will find that we were working around the several issues that I will be mentioning now. One of them is how to develop resilience, infrastructure, and services. The second one is how to develop resiliency at the community level in relation to the basic services of water supply and sanitation. The third one is that how we can include or develop financial solutions to the basic services, including the resiliency requisites in order to solve it. Another one is how to include the low carbon in the design of the basic services. So this new framework will help us in all of those dimensions. And then we moved into the technical briefs, and in those you will find some technical notes on how to implement this in terms of resiliency for basic services, and also, again, how to go about financing that. And we will keep working with UNICEF in other issues, including, for example, gender. So let me finalize my brief comment here, saying that we believe that there is a lot more to be done in order to address the around 22% of the population of the world that is lacking basic services. And that a way to solve that is definitely to take into account resiliency. That will give us a lot of tools in order to help the people that actually really suffer the extremes events and also the consequences of the climate in terms of the lack of services and all the social, environmental, and economic consequences of that. So let me congratulate the people that have been working into this. Also, I want to make a big point for the director of UNICEF. I know about the leadership of UNICEF and the commitment on these issues. And please, you can count, and you will see that in a moment, with GWP, which is a global network. We are really working in many countries in the world to work on this overlap between better water management, climate resiliency, and solving basic services of water supply and sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pablo. That was very insightful. As we said, the framework, it was August 2015, Water Week, and I was there when we launched with GWP as well I was at that time with UNICEF headquarters. We launched the first edition of the framework. So since then, a lot of things have happened, and UNICEF, together with GWP, have been discussing with countries about the implementation and have supported countries. We have to explain here, this is not an organizational framework. This is not a framework for UNICEF or GWP to work internally. This is a sector framework. It's a sector that is being implemented by many countries. So my question to you, Farah, is like, what has been the journey, since 2015 when the first edition was launched up to now? We are launching now this 2022 edition. So what has happened? How has been the implementation of the framework?
Yes, thank you very much, Jose, for that very important question. So I have been sitting in the regional office for East and Southern Africa, supporting 21 countries on their their climate resilient WASH programming. And I must say, sitting in the middle of the global conversations, as well as the much more local level conversations, it's been very interesting to really support country offices to apply this framework so that we can move the water sector together, the different parties, partners, communities that are living the daily impacts of climate change. So as UNICEF, in 2019, we made a decision to undertake the climate resilient WASH shift. And with that decision, we also went through a process of rigorous capacity building. And we actually have an online course together with GWP and other partners like CAPNET, which also aims to support practitioners as well as the friends of WASH, because we have learned with climate change that we now need to reach beyond the WASH sector. And this course is something I would recommend to everyone who wants to understand this framework and how to apply it. And as I was listening to a lot of the discussion today, I could see an application of this framework, whether it was on the water sector or on the sanitation sector. And it really helps us to have a coherence of ideas, but also the structure that the sector is able to work with. So in terms of progress, in UNICEF, we work particularly on WASH with over 135 countries. And when we say we work with countries, it means moving with the whole sector. So partners, for example, that we pick that are within the Global Water Partnership platforms, but also government partners, district governments, community representatives and stakeholders and groups. And in our annual reporting, we like to really take stock of what we have implemented with UNICEF's own funding and really record how the application of this framework has gone. We have seen over 50% of our countries reporting on applying the different activities within the quadrants of the framework, but we have also seen 58 that have really gone full circle from identifying the risks to defining solutions, to monitoring what is going right and what is not going so well, so that we continue to learn and to improve and to really address the issues on the ground. So there's a number of countries that have made a lot of progress. For example, Madagascar has done quite a lot of work around understanding the solutions that are relevant in their context and really working through documenting those through a sector-wide engagement. We've also seen countries like Nepal, for example, really going through a prioritization of solutions, but then linking that up with their adaptation planning, with their NDC process, and really then prioritizing climate resilient wash sector activities so that they really become part of a national process, and are really then given the priority and the resourcing. We've also seen quite a number of countries also going through the climate module of the WASH bottleneck analysis. And this allows one to really have some reflections on how the bottlenecks within the water sector are really being caused by some of the climate hazards and vulnerabilities that we are seeing, and then translating that into steps for breaking down these bottlenecks so that the water sector is able to move. So it's really exciting for me to see updates that countries have asked for, updates that governments have asked for, further clarity around the links between the water sector processes and global financing platforms such as GCF, discussions around the climate science and its linkages with the challenges that we see on a day-to-day as WASH practitioners in the field. And given these changes and the amount of uptake we have seen, I'm really hoping that in the next year or two, we can move these 58 countries to 135 and possibly even expanding to countries that initially did not see the priority of WASH as part of the global move to adaptation and resilience at a community level. I think I will stop it there, Jose, and over back to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Farai, for describing this journey, right? Since 2015, a lot of things have happened. And I will then turn now to our colleague, Tejendra. As we said, you are working, you come from Nepal, you are the country coordinator for the Global Water Partnership there. And actually, Farai was referring to some capacity building training that you've been also supporting at the regional level there. But let me come back to you. One of the things that we are discussing today is that the water services, sanitation services, and hygiene, we cannot work in vacuum, right? And we depend from the water resources, right? And we need the water resources to be climate resilient, and then we will be able to have climate resilient water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. So there is an important bridge to be done, right? And my question to you is, Tejendra, that you've been working with the framework and you know this framework. How do you think that this updated version can contribute to helping us bridge water resources management and water supply, sanitation, and hygiene services?
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. We think that the strategy is a very good document for us. It is a kind of reference document for us. In fact, in 2019, the workshop that you mentioned, I was there a part of that, and in that regard, that really helped us understand the potential of collaboration, how WRM and WAS sector can work together, and why they should work together to have a water secure world. And also, this updating version of this framework, that this further help us. And these two sectors, as these two sectors are interconnected, and so they must have to work together. We really like the updates to the results framework, and there are a lot of suggestions for activities which can really both strengthen water sector, water resources management, and WAS. We also really like the emphasis on water resources assessment and the focus on early warning system. These days, in our part of the world, the erratic pattern of rainfall and extreme weathers, it has caused a lot of significant loss to property and human life. So this technology, these assessments has really helped us plan better. The WRM and WAS sectors was well represented in the national government document, like in NDCs and in the National Adaptation Plan, which will help us come together to to work in a collaborative manner. You know, the recently approved document, the NDC implementation plan, which has almost 275 projects identified and which requires almost 36.02 billion US dollar to implement those projects from 2021 to 2030. And if you tentatively look at the final document, the approved document is not out yet. The draft document published in the website of Ministry of Forest and Environment, when you see that, you know, there are almost 70% of the projects are water related. Hydropower, agriculture and sanitation combined, it amounts almost 70% of that. So it shows how important water sector is getting in our national planning and policies. And regarding the, you know, implementation, you know, the GWL program, UNICEF and GWP Nepal are together implementing. This is the government-led process. Government have owned that, you know, owned that, and now we are working on the modality. We just identified the bottlenecks, and on those bottlenecks we have formed the working group. This working group will work for some time, and they will come out with a strategic response with financial plans, which will have, you know, climate resilient water sector and water resilient climate sector, climate strategies into the national planning and programming process. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the clock is ticking. We have marked the 2 p.m. hour, which is the beginning of the next session. I want to thank you, the three of you, representatives from GWP and UNICEF. Congratulations on the launching of this framework. I will finalize by saying that at the Secretariat of Sanitation and Water for All, we are really happy to host in our tools portal climate-related important tools, and obviously this will be updated as well in our tools portal, and it will be part of the handful set of tools that you can use in countries to move this conversation forward. So with that, I think we will close this session. Thank you again, and thank you all that have been here and have been watching this launching online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
No, just
Okay, I'm going to start the next session. We're here now with a high-level segment where we're going to do some spotlight presentations. We're still in the Climate, Water, and Sanitation Day of the Water Pavilion. My name's Lucinda O'Hanlon. I'm the head of policy and strategy at Sanitation and Water for All. In the next hour, we have a focus on leadership, and that has been a theme that has run throughout the day. We have heard in every single session why political leadership is important, why we need decision makers taking these issues and making them a priority. And this is essential for both adaptation and mitigation. And yet too often we see a bit of a disconnect between climate plans and policies and what we put into our water and sanitation plans and policies. So today we have a couple of presentations, definitely two, maybe a surprise third, and they're coming from different contexts. And what we want to do is we want to demonstrate what can be accomplished when we've got leadership, that when decision makers at the highest levels decide that something must be done, the rest follows, and we can actually make progress. So I'm really honored to be able to introduce the speakers here this afternoon. We're going to start with Mr. Vikas Shil. He's the Additional Secretary and Mission Director of Jal Jeevan Mission, the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation in India. And some of you may have heard him speak a bit this morning. We were all really inspired, and I'm really grateful that he's agreed to stay on with us to tell us more about his work. Please.
Thank you. So I don't have a presentation for this session. Talking about leadership and the importance of it, I'd just like to take you back to 2014. On 2nd of October 2014, the birthday of Mahatma Gandhi, Honorable Prime Minister announced that we are going to make India open defecation free. The SDG target for that was 2030, but he announced that we have to do it in the next 5 years because that was his term, that was his mandate, and therefore he gave a call that we're going to do what the world thinks perhaps is doable by 2030. Let's try and finish it off by 2019. And from that day onwards, the government of India and all the states pushed the agenda so hard. And since the primary objective of the mission resonated and connected with the people immediately, given that almost 65% of the rural areas in India did not have access to a household toilet. And therefore, there was a lot of stress on women in particular in terms of security, privacy, dignity, and so on. So it had an immediate connect. So government could then make it a demand-driven program. So rather than implementing a government scheme where government comes and builds a toilet, it was converted and implemented in a demand-driven model where the community will demand, a household will demand a toilet. The household will also contribute to the cost of toilet so that there is ownership. In the process, household will build the toilet if possible, or otherwise hire the skill set necessary. But the money for the toilet will be given directly to the beneficiary. It was not being spent by the government. So money was, whatever money was earmarked for a household toilet, which was approximately 12,000 rupees, translating into something like divide by 75, and you get, sorry, $150. Okay. So that money was directly transferred to the beneficiary's account. Of course, it was a bit of a conditional transfer done in a couple of installments so that the money given is used for the desired purpose. But why I'm talking about this is that's one instance which now acts as an inspiration for us. Post 2014, right on 2nd of October 2019, the Prime Minister again declared the country ODF or open defecation free. At that time, 2014, I was already 20 years in public service. And we used to really struggle and wonder, how is it possible in 5 years? But then it became possible. And now it acts so much as an inspiration for all of us in India, especially in public policy and administration, that we don't think anything is impossible, provided if we have the commitment, sustained commitment at the highest level. So normally what happens, an announcement, a political announcement is a different thing. Political commitment is entirely different. Political commitment can be, understood. A statement can be seen as political commitment if it is backed by certain actions. So pushing the agenda, taking everybody along, creating environment in which it's not a one-off kind of a thing, and always creating systems for information to be collected, people to be informed about the progress in terms of the commitment. So and to create incentives and motivations for the important stakeholders to actually get involved and do things. So Swachh Bharat mission acted as a it's perhaps the largest behavior change program in the world in the recent history, with more than 100 million individual household toilets being built in a span of 5 years. Um, so much behavior change and so many other positive benefits, spin-off benefits accrued to the country, especially in terms of the health impact and security, violence against women, etc. Uh, the government in the recent past, apart, I'm talking about Swachh Bharat mission and now Jal Jeevan mission, because these are the two missions related to the wash sector. The Swachh Bharat was about clean India, and Jal Jeevan is about drinking water supply in all rural households. So again, I mean, this time when the PM again got the mandate in 2019, May 2019, he got another mandate for 5 years. And on the 15th of August in 2019, he announced, okay, SDG 6.1, the world expects us to do it by 2030. Let's do it by 2024. So that's how the Jal Jeevan mission started, and then the whole program was formulated. We in fact lost 1.5 year out of that 5 year period because of the pandemic. And of course, any new scheme or a program has a initial inertia in terms of putting systems in place, telling everybody in terms of what is it that we have to do and how to go about it. But happy to report that at the time when the mission was launched, um, we had, out of around 193 million households, only 32 million households had a tap connection at home. Uh, Now, today, as we talk, that number has gone to 105 million. So we've given around 72 million tap connections in a span of 3 years and 3 months, out of which 2 years, uh, I'm saying 1.5 years because of pandemic, and 6 months we actually got stuck because of the Ukraine crisis and resulting price rise in steel commodities, because all our drinking water projects became unviable for all our implementing agencies because of the price rise, sudden price rise in the component prices of a drinking water scheme. Uh, but then when we talk about leadership, so it's not only about making a statement, it's about then backing it up with certain actions. For example, when the Ukraine crisis hit the economy in general, we're not directly involved in the conflict, but it does have its ripple effects. um, Prices of steel started going up. Given that government of India has made such a huge commitment and public commitment, and the Prime Minister, wherever he goes, in all of his speeches, keeps on reminding us who are supposed to deliver 24 2024. It's not, I mean, don't think about 2025. We have to make it work by 2024. And for that, if there's anything required for our department as a help from any other department in the government of India, we get fabulous response. So, for example, for implementation of our drinking water supply projects, we would need environmental clearances. So, if our drinking water supply project is going through a forest area, we would need some environmental clearance from the forest department or the forest ministry. If it crosses a canal, we need some NOC from the irrigation. If it crosses a railway line, we need the clearances from the railways. In usual course, all these clearances would take at least 6 months, 1 year from the date of application. But the moment we took it up with these regulatory agencies and said that, okay, this is the priority of the Prime Minister and this needs to be expedited, please try to help us by doing it as fast as possible. In many instances, we see these clearances being done within a week. So especially where forests etc are not, environmental clearances have their own process and things have to be taken care of. But in terms of crossing of railway lines, wherever it's just it's an engineering problem, there the response is very, very fast. And if it's not that fast, it is reviewed on at a very regular basis. Every once in 3 months, the Prime Minister will call the senior people in various departments and ask, what are you doing on Jal Jeevan Mission? Is there any issue on Jal Jeevan Mission? So that's the kind of commitment and that's the kind of environment that is driving this initiative. Of course, finance is an important aspect. Both Swachh Bharat Mission and Jal Jeevan Mission are fully funded from the budgetary resources. There is no external funding in the Jal Jeevan Mission. In Swachh Bharat Mission, there was in the initial phases external funding through the World Bank, but now in the Jal Jeevan Mission, it's either by the community to a small extent of 5 to 10%, which, as I explained in the morning, is actually not towards the capital cost, but more to incentivize community to be associated, be a part of the process, because it's for them and they have to operate and maintain the scheme going forward. Because for the government, it will not be possible to manage and operate services to 193 million rural households spread in 600,000 villages, uh, and you know uh, deliver those services and maintain those systems. So, as a design, community engagement, community involvement is at the heart of Jal Jeevan Mission, and that's what we hope is going to also make it sustain. Because engineering, from the engineering perspective, it's not a big thing. So erecting infrastructure, laying pipelines, connecting homes with taps is not a big deal. We'll be able to do it. The main challenge then lies in, if the scheme is designed for 30 years, how to make sure that it does run for 30 years the way it is supposed to. And that's where the role of the community is important, and recognizing that um, the whole process of even the engineering works, there is a process for ensuring accountability to the community. So, for example, what we have is the concept of Har Ghar Jal, which is English means every household with tap. Uh, so once the work is completed in a village, we would ask the village to convene a general meeting in which the village council will then certify that yes, all the households have got tap connections, all these tap connections are functional, and we have been informed about the sources, capacity, etc. What is the source? We are satisfied that the water quality is as per norms, and then we also commit to take over this scheme. And once they do this, then that they declare their village as a Har Ghar Jal or a 100% covered village, and that's the yardstick we use to incentivize the communities. So if a village becomes 100% Har Ghar Jal, declared by the community, satisfied in all aspects of the scheme, and taking onus and responsibility for running the scheme going forward, we then say that 10% of the capital cost we will give you as a revolving fund for taking care of exigent or emergency repairs. The rest of it should run from the collection of user charges, and that so a lot is going on. I mean, we are moving at a very fast pace. The guidelines were released in December 2019. We have so far had only one amendment, fortunately. The people who figured it out in the beginning did it very well. But we continue to have a very flexible approach, provide a lot of flexibility to the states and to the communities, and ensure that all necessary support is given to the communities and the states and the implementation agencies to make this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shield, for sharing the story of India, the journey of India. A couple of things that really resonated with me, at least, is that climate resilient water and sanitation, it's possible. It's hard. It's not easy, but we can do it with political will. You also, at the end, mentioned accountability, because leadership without accountability is thin words in the air. And we need the accountability to bring it down to actual progress on the ground. I'd like to give the floor now to Monsieur Jérôme Fontana. He's the head of the ICRC, International Committee of the Red Cross delegation in Cairo, and he's going to share with us some of the work that they've been doing in order to exercise leadership in this area.
Thank you so much, Lucinda. Well, thank you so much for attending this panel. I think it's a very great opportunity for us to be able to explain what we mean when we think about leadership regarding climate action and access to water, better sanitation and hygiene for all. Because it's really at the core of all the work we have been doing. Let me explain you very briefly what I mean. As you know, among the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change, most of them are also entering armed conflict. So it means that it's not possible to have an impactful climate action without also helping countries affected by both climate change and armed conflict at the same time. The reality for these countries is that the situation is becoming even more dire than what we can imagine. If I take a country like Somalia, over the last 4 to 5 years, there has been severe drought, now affecting 90% of the country. So there, the situation is really extremely acute and severe in terms of consequences. As we all know, without water, there is not only a problem for drinking water, good hygiene, but also agriculture, medical care. So it has a whole combined effect on the population. But we also have the Sahel region, where the drought there has disrupted patterns of migration between the herders and the pastoralists. So that is also creating, in addition to the ongoing conflict in that part of the world, additional tension because of climate change and because of this new pattern. The same applies in the Lake Chad basin. You know, the Lake Chad has been shrinking over the last 10 to 15 years. That has a direct impact on the dynamic of the conflict. What we are saying is not that climate change causes conflict. What we are saying is that climate change exacerbates already the very difficult situation, tension during conflict situation. So let me come to leadership, because that's a very important point. In fact, few governments really are fully aware of this nexus, climate change and armed conflict, and the fact that actually most of the most vulnerable countries to climate change are also entering armed conflict. There is a need for increased awareness on that. And the reason why it's not fully acknowledged and understood now is because there are little studies on this study, or not enough studies. And obviously decision makers, or very importantly, international financial institutions, when they assess risk to invest in different countries regarding climate action, they need to base their decision mechanism on academic scientific studies. So organizations like the ICRC, United Nations, other organizations are trying to do these studies from the field to bring up the reality of the situation, but obviously working in very unstable countries, fragile contexts, make this assessment even more difficult. And wrongly, sometimes people think that people in Yemen or people in South Sudan have other worries than climate change because of the armed conflict, but it's not true. I mean, it's very important to realize that people in Yemen or people in Syria or people in South Sudan are directly affected by the consequences of climate change, and we cannot address the armed conflict or the climate change without having an integrated response. So slowly, there are more and more studies, and we need to strengthen that to have really more scientific data on the consequences of the scarcity of water, very low hygiene and sanitation standard for all countries, including the most vulnerable to climate change. International financial institutions are also slowly coming to realize that we cannot have the same criteria in terms of risk assessment when we speak about financing climate action in a country at peace, or when we speak about financing climate action in a country entering armed conflict. So we are discussing with the World Bank, we are discussing with the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the AFD, Agence Française de Développement, to try to come to integrate these problematics in their own risk analysis. So the mindset is slowly evolving in terms of leadership within these institutions, which are so crucial to mobilize climate finance. Again, it's based on studies, reports that ICRC and other organizations are coming up with to really feed these decision makers, these leaders, with the relevant data for them to be able to take informed decisions and channel climate finance to where it is most needed. And then obviously the last level is at the country level. So we know that many countries like India are taking very important action regarding sustainable access to water, sanitation, and hygiene services. We have countries like Egypt, which are initiating some good policies called Climate Response for Sustaining Peace. So it's an initiative targeting the whole of Africa to try to really bridge this gap between the leadership issues and the reality of countries affected by conflict and climate change in Africa. But we need more national initiative like that. The last part and that I would like to mention is about humanitarian actors. I mean, we have many actors being international organizations, NGOs, or local actors, which are responding to needs in the field and who are progressively more integrating climate response in their programs. So that's something very important to have in all our different existing programs, also a component of climate action and resilience. Obviously focusing on access to water, sanitation, and hygiene, because again, that's at the very core of most of the other services that affected population needs. And finally, it's very important for organizations in the field to include some climate action in our own work. What I mean is that in terms of ecological footprint, the way we function in the field can really be further improved in terms of environment footprint. So the ICRC, with hundreds of other organizations, we have signed a climate charter, which looks into our own working environment and mechanism to be able to minimize our own environment footprint in our response to support victims of climate change and armed conflicts. I will stop here. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fontana, for sharing that with us. And I think you've illustrated that leadership comes in many forms, and there are many different leaders, not just prime ministers, but also heads of agencies, donors, our own institutions. All of us have a role to play in order to get this integration going better. And I also really appreciate what you were saying about data, because we make this distinction between like the technical issues and the political issues. But the fact is that we treasure what we measure. And if we don't have the good data, then we can't make good political decisions. So it all goes together. We are going to conclude this high-level segment because the Water Pavilion has been running back-to-back this morning without any breaks. And those of you who've been with us from the start, we thank you for that. But take a break now. We're going to start again at 3 o'clock, right? I'm looking at my colleagues. So we'll have a quick break. And at 3 o'clock, we'll get the programming started up again. Many thanks to Mr. Fontana and Mr. Schild for sharing with us your stories on leadership today. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning if you're joining online. My name is Cheryl Hicks, and I serve as the Senior Advisor to the CEO Water Mandate and the Wash for Work initiative, the topic of our session today. And we're very pleased to be here launching a business declaration on climate resilient water, sanitation, and hygiene here at COP27, where there's been a marked shift in the recognition of the importance of increasing investments in climate adaptation, including water security. And as we've been hearing throughout the conference, the urgency is increasing to address water-related risks. Also for business and in operations, supply chains, and in communities. And so what we've been hearing here also at the Water Pavilion today on Wash Day is that climate change directly affects the quality and quantity of water supplies and impacts the sustainability of water, sanitation, and hygiene behaviors, especially for the most vulnerable. And that's on the risk side. But also, there's also a benefit side, and having access to water, sanitation, and hygiene helps to build people's and workers' resilience to climate change. And this is the point that's grabbed the attention of many of the businesses in our network. And we're really happy to have brought many of them here today to share their support for this declaration and to share with us the approaches that business is taking to wash climate and water resilience. So to kick us off, to set the scene on the business case for climate resilient wash, I'd like to invite Claire Seward, the Global Campaigns Director for WaterAid.
Is it work? Okay, yes. So thank you very much. I think one of the things that WaterAid has been looking at and working with businesses on is the fact that business for a long time now has been tracking the risks, and climate and water have been risks that have come up regularly. And we've been having really good discussions about that. And I think what we've been really excited about this conversation is that it ultimately comes down to people. So it's about the fact that the people are farm laborers. People are going and working in factories, and you need people to be healthy and to be educated to make sure you not only have a strong community, but businesses can thrive. Businesses need people in their supply chains. So as has been very eloquently said by Cheryl, it's not only about how climate change impacts on people's access to wash and undermines the resilience. It is about the fact that when people have access to wash, it really builds not only their resilience, but also business resilience. And if we want businesses to be thriving in the future, we need to be forward planning and looking at that. So when we think about what's possible, it's really about how businesses can understand the issues around how climate change affects water supplies, water quality, the health of the workers that they're engaging with, and how do they invest in water and sanitation hygiene, not only as part of their supply chain, but in the communities to enable a thriving business going forward. WaterAid launched last year its framework for climate resilient wash. We are currently the chair of Wash for Work, which we're very proud of. And we're a really big advocate for the declarations being launched around COP27, looking at climate resilient wash, because this is the way forward in terms of business and our engagement with them, which we hope to continue.
Thank you, Claire. So now we have our launch event, and we're really excited about this. To be launching this declaration here today. And this declaration represents a milestone effort really of alignment and collaboration between business and global wash stakeholders that seeks to raise the ambition to mobilize the leadership and partnership needed to shape a more climate resilient sanitation and hygiene world. With this declaration, businesses are recognizing that the threats of climate change on water extend to their supply chains and communities where workers live, and that ensuring reliable access to water, sanitation, and hygiene for workers enables healthy people, resilient communities, business continuity, and growth, as we also heard from Claire. And this effort has been part of a 12-month process of consensus building amongst businesses and wash expert organizations of the Wash for Work initiative, hosted by the CEO Water Mandate and the Water Resilience Coalition, also an initiative of the CEO Water Mandate. really to align on the commitments to taking action towards the advancement of SDG 6 and SDG 13 by 2030. So really, I think I've been inspired by the process of how businesses and global stakeholders have really taken this effort to work together to understand climate impacts on water, sanitation, and hygiene access, and the respective roles that they can play in scaling up our actions going forward. So the declaration, as you can see here, and this has just been made public today at this time of the launch. It's available on the washforwork.org website. As you can see here, it outlines the case for business action, so the commitments and really the business case for why businesses feel that water, sanitation, hygiene, and climate resilience are important for their businesses. It also outlines a set of considerations for further developing and applying a climate resilience framework to water, sanitation, and hygiene programs and investments going forward. And this has really been helpful. The global stakeholder community that we've been hearing from this morning, and we heard from UNICEF on its update to the framework that they've developed on climate resilient wash for governments. We've taken great inspiration from that guidance, also from WaterAid's guidance to climate resilient wash in communities, and many other multi-stakeholder organizations contributing to this work to come out with a synthesized set of considerations for a business framework that will help businesses to be aligned with global stakeholders in how they are investing in WASH going forward. This declaration is also meant to invite more businesses to join us in the mobilization of the leadership and partnership needed. And I have to say that from across the CEO Water Mandate, which is the Global Compact's water initiative of 200 companies making commitments to water stewardship, this piece of work has gained a lot of traction and interest from companies that perhaps hadn't been as involved in the water, sanitation, and hygiene agenda because of its links to their climate agenda and realizing the particular vulnerabilities in terms of climate impacts on WASH. So we're really excited about the increased engagement here. I'm going to spend just a moment outlining what the declaration says, the statements, the commitments that we're jointly making as businesses in the global WASH community. It says that as global businesses, we are committed to taking action towards universal access to water, sanitation, and hygiene across our operations, supply chains, and in the communities where we operate as part of our corporate water stewardship strategies. And many businesses have been taking these actions for some time. However, the linkage to water quality and water quantity actions in their water stewardship programs has not been as intrinsically linked. So that's the new bit here. And in the face of the second statement is that in the face of the growing risks of climate change, we recognize that water, sanitation, and hygiene access is an important component of our climate and water resilience actions. I think that statement that's really come out of this, the fact that that water, sanitation, and hygiene actually builds people's resilience to climate change has again gotten the attention of how to include water, sanitation, and hygiene in companies' broader climate and water resilience strategies, which we will hear about from our panel in a few moments. And the third statement is going forward, we join global and local stakeholders in developing and applying a climate resilient WASH framework to our water, sanitation, and hygiene access programs and investments. And finally, in the spirit of collaboration, which this declaration has been created, as global businesses, we will leverage our broad reach and influence to help advocate for climate resilient WASH actions in partnership with global and local stakeholders. So again, the declaration can be downloaded from the washforwork.org website as of today. These are the signatories of the declaration so far. Interestingly, we have 27 companies serendipitously for COP27, signing the COP27 Business Declaration, and 15 WASH expert organizations who have supported this initiative so far. And what we will do going forward in supporting this initiative, these supporters have agreed to work together to further develop and apply this business framework and guidance on climate resilient WASH across operations, supply chains, and in communities where businesses operate. So the commitment is there, and the commitment to continue to work together as business and the global WASH stakeholder community is the work that we'll be embarking on in 2023. Thank you. And so I'm really pleased to hand over to our panel of business supporters. We have Magali Anderson, who is the Chief Sustainability and Innovation Officer at Holcim. We have Rassem Dabaz, who is the Business Executive Officer at Nestle Waters, based here in Egypt. And Marina Rossi, Sustainable Development Specialist from Braskem from Brazil. Magali, can we start with you? Can you share with us Wholesom's perspectives on WASH and climate resilience, and how you're approaching climate resilient WASH in your strategy?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm extremely happy to be here. I'm very honored to see the name of Holcim on this chart. And you might be wondering, what is a cement/building material company coming to do in WASH, right? What are we doing? So let me maybe explain in a few words, because most of the time people ask me to talk about CO2, so when in fact I really much prefer to talk about water. And on water, we have several actions. First of all, to make our own product, we need water. And for us, it's critical that we continue making this product. So we have taken targets of reduction of the water in our processes. And we took a target that by 2030, we would give back to community every drop of water we will withdraw in the water risk areas. And individually, 75% of our plant will be water positive, because it's not just, as we all know here, water is not a global, it's a local challenge. But we wouldn't stop there. I think what is even more interesting is how building material can help with the water challenge and the coming water challenge. And it can help by many things. An example is we are a member of the 50-liter home coalition. Same thing. You could ask, why are you doing there? Well, because we can create those systems that allows a better recycling and a better management of the water. Same, we can do that in countries where there is sometimes too much water, followed by periods without enough water. This is where building material can create a system and are so important. And the last thing that we do in our products, we have a product called Hydromedia, and now I'm going to talk about adaptation, where there is huge flooding in cities. That concrete absorbs 500 liters of water per square meter per second. So basically, it evacuates the water when it rains on the city, stopping all the flooding. So I think, again, extremely proud to be here, extremely proud to be part of the CEO Water Mandate, to be part of the Resilience Group, to be part of WASH, because I think as building material company, we have a key role to play on an absolutely critical topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, so can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so Nestle Waters is a key category within the Nestle business, and as guardians of different water resources across the globe and different localities, water stewardship and caring for water has really been at the center of our strategy. I mean, to ensure the sustainability of this precious resource, Nestle has been engaged for many years with different entities to ensure, again, that this water resource continue to be sustainable. So we've done different things to ensure this sustainability. We've taken also a similar pledge to be net positive, which means that we will replenish every drop of water that we're going to take out of these resources by the year 2025. We have committed more than 130 million Swiss francs to all different projects to ensure that we do that. We have been engaged with AWS, which is the Alliance for Water Stewardship, for many years. Today, I think 38 out of 45 sites have been certified with AWS, and AWS ensures that we are very efficient in the way of, obviously we're in the business of bottling water, so AWS certifications ensures that, again, we're putting all the efficiencies in place. But today, not only do we just care about the operational site, we are going beyond our borders. We're extending our expertise and care for communities around us. And again, WASH is at the center of this water stewardship strategy. And we've committed and pledged to WASH back in 2013. And I can tell you that after all these years now, we have done a lot of foundation work where we have looked at the entire value chain, supply chain, operations, and worked on all the WASH principles. And now we're going way beyond that to our communities. If I can specifically talk about the MENA region, which I'm part of, and I've been part of it for the last 20 years with Nestle, a lot of our operations are in very remote areas where the water resources are. And these remote rural areas are really ignored in terms of water access. So by governments, this has not been a top priority to reach these remote rural areas. And by us being in those areas, we have been working closely with governments to ensure that water access is there. So there has been 3 key projects in MENA. One of them is here in Egypt that we're very proud of, which is working with the Water Authority in the village of Gamgara to make sure to revamp the entire water station, plus all the water transport to all the homes. We will reach 60,000 homes by next year, and then we will continue to expand that to make sure, again, these communities have access, and these communities are our workers. So by, again, ensuring access, we're ensuring, again, part of our business sustainability as well. And we're also going beyond that to schools around all the communities to ensure that, again, the sanitation is there. We go door to door sometimes to teach people about the importance of sanitation, because the healthier these communities are, the healthier these people are. That means, again, we can continue with to run our business. We've done something similar in Jordan, where, again, we are operating south of the country in a very remote area. And again, water access has been limited to the villagers, and we've actually have secured access to more than 30,000 residents in a village called Husayniya in Jordan. And now in Algeria as well, from our factory, we're given access to water to all the villagers and all the communities around our factory. So again, being resilient, WASH resilient is key part of our strategy to ensure, again, in areas that we're operating in, especially, again, in MENA, where drought and water scarcity has been an issue, that we continue to supply water access to the communities where we are operating, where we can make a difference.
Thank you, Rasim. Marina.
Hello, hi. So let's take just 30 seconds presenting Braskem. Braskem is the petrochemical leader in America, and also we are the largest producer of biopolymers in Brazil. And the way that we see water in Braskem is totally connected with climate change. So we have the long-term commitment to achieve 100% of water security in our own assets. But when we try to figure out some water source security, in fact, we are delivering more water for society, because we are replacement the water that we are using. And the one biggest project that we have in Brazil is called the Aquapolo. Is the largest reuse asset of the maybe South America, that we produce the all water that we need for one of our assets in ABC, in the state of the São Paulo, by sewage. So we treat the sewage and we transform the sewage in the water, industrial water, to use in our assets to operate our unit. So to do that, we establish a water stewardship program that everything starts with climate risk assessment, and then we identify how the basins is that region is, if you have stress, hydric water stress or not, and then we also support with our wash solutions because as we made plastic, the pipelines, and you have a lot of other wash solutions in our portfolio. So is this case that I mentioned before, the college Aquapolo, is totally replicable. So high replicable is just a tertiary treatment that we have, including the secondary treatment. And we, in this moment, we are studying similar units in other two states of Brazil. So, and we are totally aligned with the initiative. We support a lot. And I really believe that our, not only the goals, but our action strategy is 100 complies with the business framework that we developed together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our panel of speakers for sharing your approaches. And I think that the key takeaway here is that business is very much a partner in our joint goals for climate resilient wash. And we look forward to working together on implementing the actions also that we've heard about throughout the day from other stakeholders. And now we'd like to close with Jorge Alvarez Sala from UNICEF to deliver our call to action to accelerate climate resilient wash via cross-sector collaboration.
Wow, thank you very much, Cheryl. Well, deliver call for action seems quite of a big word, but allow me to start saying that I think it's obvious for all of us, but climate affects everything and everyone. Affects businesses, affects the economy, affects the environment, and affects the people. That's why we are here, right? Climate is first felt through water. Too much, too little, too polluted. And as I said, because it affects businesses, affects production in many businesses that requires water as an input. But even if you don't use water in your production, you are affected by droughts, by floods, by lacks of services, of basic services for your staff. So this is obviously a concern for the private sector as well as for the public sector and for everybody in between and involved in the provision of safe drinking water, sanitation, hygiene as a human right for everyone. To me, I mean, I'm really glad to be here. I'm really glad to be with the private sector, and I'm glad to be part of the Wash for Work, to be part of these 27 members today presenting at COP27. Allow me to also play with the words. I do believe that this is not greenwashing. This is green wash. It's climate wash, and I think it's very important to remark this green wash, because there is no such no kind of wash service nowadays if it's not climate resilient. There is no sustainability in the services if we don't incorporate climate resilience in the services, in the production cycle, in everything and everywhere that we do. Allow me to finalize only also re-emphasizing the partnerships. If you look at the world, it's impressive to see a growing number of organizations contributing to make the Water Pavilion a reality. Last year, I think we were around 30. I tried to count because there are some hidden logos over there, but I think there are over 50 logos there, but there are more than 50 organizations contributing to the Water Pavilion. I think that shows a momentum in the sector. We are 4 months and 4 days before the UN 23 Water Conference in New York. Is the second time in history, the first time since 1977. I hope that the partnership that is reflected in the Wash for Work, that is also reflected in this Water Pavilion today, is also going to be reflected in the discussions at the UN conference in just a few months. So thank you very much for all of you to be here today. and looking forward continuing this partnership.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to our panelists for helping us to launch the COP27 Business Declaration on Climate Resilient WASH. And we as a WASH for Work, multi-stakeholder platform of businesses and WASH expert stakeholders working together to mobilize action on WASH, will be working together to take forward this this declaration into the framework for action. So thank you very much. Thank you to our team, Ilsa Ruiz from the CEO Water Mandate team, who has helped us to put this event together, and all of our colleagues online as well, who have been very busy getting all of the approvals from all of the stakeholders in order to make this possible. So thank you very much, and we hope you join us in this action.
Maybe I'll put you both. Okay, everyone, our day on climate resilient water, sanitation, and hygiene at the Water Pavilion is continuing. Welcome for those of you who are here at the pavilion. Those of you joining us online, we greet you. We're glad that you're with us. Those of you online, I remind you that you have interpretation options in English, French, and Spanish and Arabic as well. And let's get started. My name is Lucinda O'Hanlon. I'm the head of policy and strategy at Sanitation and Water for All. And we've arrived at the penultimate day of the Water Pavilion, of the COP, indeed. At least for those of us who aren't negotiators, they might be here a little bit longer. I hope that you've been following the Water Pavilion program over the past 2 weeks because we've had some really great content, and I know that a lot of COP participants are leaving with new ideas, with inspiration to take them forward to next year. And since this is our last day of substantive content and the last session of that last day, I'd like to say we saved the best for last, maybe. Maybe I'm biased, I don't know. But I'm really glad that you're here with us. The theme has been climate, drinking water, and sanitation solutions for health and sustainable development. And now our session is focused on enabling environments, governance, and accountability. This, dear friends, it's the software side of water and sanitation. This is indispensable for our pipes and our toilets to actually serve their purpose. It's even more urgent as we grapple with the continued impacts of climate change. We need laws and policies in place. We need systems that work. We need access to information and transparency. We need participatory processes that enable community voices to be heard. And we need to be accountable for delivering on our commitments and our promises. Without all of these vital but intangible aspects in place, we risk undermining the extraordinary efforts that we put into building infrastructure, to extending access to unserved populations, or to developing really cool and innovative technologies. In 2010, the UN General Assembly recognized that water and sanitation are human rights. And just last year, it was recognized that there is a right to a healthy environment. And what follows from this recognition is that there are concrete obligations. We just had a colleague here from a concrete company. There are concrete obligations to ensure that all people have access to water and sanitation and to a safe environment without discrimination. And realizing these human rights obligations requires deliberate interventions, not only to build a well or a latrine, but to understand the broader context of how to maintain safe services while protecting nature, how to keep services affordable, and how to ensure accessibility for people in diverse circumstances, whether that's related to their gender or the fact that they have a disability or their membership in a minority group. Or if it's because they're in a community that happens to be very vulnerable to climate-induced shocks. Transparency and accountability are also central features of the enhanced transparency framework established by the Paris Agreement in 2015. This framework is still in negotiation in the halls around us right now, and it's due to come into force in 2024. A strong transparency framework which enables robust civic participation is critical, not only for sustainable climate action, but also for the realization of human rights, including the rights to water and sanitation and a healthy environment. At the Sanitation and Water for All partnership, we work to ensure active, free, and meaningful participation of rights holders and other relevant stakeholders in the formulation, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of policies. For many years, our work has focused on water and sanitation policies. But over the last couple of years, we've extended that work in order to bridge water and sanitation with climate policy. And to get there, we need to provide multi-stakeholder platforms where different constituencies, such as governments, the private sector, civil society, academia, utilities and regulators, where they can work together to exchange, collaborate, and craft joint commitments. There's also a need for mechanisms to monitor progress towards established climate change adaptation and mitigation national targets and international commitments, particularly those related to water, sanitation, and hygiene. During this session, we're going to discuss how the water and sanitation sector experience puts us in a position through these collective principles and values to collaborate with climate stakeholders and help confront the challenges of climate change. By ensuring that countries build an enabling environment that allows for delivering and sustaining basic services, building community resilience in the face of climate impacts, ensuring effective adaptive measures, and ultimately, the enjoyment of human rights. So we have a panel discussion. We're gonna be a bit live, a bit online, and I'm really delighted that we have 5 great panelists with us from different corners of the world and representing different constituencies. We had one additional panelist, the Honorable Minister Anwar from Uganda, but unfortunately she was called back to Capitol. So I'll say a couple of words on the topic that she was meant to cover. Each panelist is going to help us unpack and discuss different aspects of how to build an enabling environment for delivering climate resilient water supply, sanitation, and hygiene services. And as we've already seen in session 1 today, such resilient services are a prerequisite to climate resilient communities and therefore key to crafting the global goal on adaptation. There have been intense negotiations this week over this goal, and I think that this week and last week, excuse me, and I think it reflects the importance of this issue to the diverse states that are contributing to those negotiations. So let me start by introducing our panelists. We have with us first Mr. João Carlos Soares, the General Director for Environment and Secretary of State for Environment of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. We have Mr. Omar Cid Del Cid Ordonez, who is the Deputy Manager at the National Autonomous Service of Aqueducts and Sewers in Honduras. Mr. Tariq Hassan, the UNICEF Climate Change Specialist at the UNICEF Middle East and North Africa Regional Office. Ms. Alex hasn't joined us yet. I know she was on a flight, so let's see if she manages to join us by the time it's her turn to speak. Last but certainly not least, Ms. Shamizo Kumbirai, SDG Water Investment Specialist at the Global Water Partnership in Southern Africa. So let's get started. Mr. Soares, first we want to focus on the importance of integrated policies. And I'm pleased to note that Timor-Leste took the important step of including water and sanitation in your nationally determined contribution and national adaptation plan. Not every country does that. So why did you consider this to be so important? What reflections do you have on how this has helped to ensure improved access to climate resilient water and sanitation services?
Thank you very much. I'm very glad or honored to be here, representing of the Secretary of State of Environment. So thank you to Tanvi and Maung Angelo and other colleagues that organize this important event today. Uh, yes, as a Timor-Leste as a one of the most vulnerable country towards impact of climate change, such as floods, or droughts, landslide, tropical cyclone, and etc. So at the time that we developed our national determined contribution that was submitted, and then also our national adaptation plan. So we priority of the adaptation activities, improving water resource management under climate change itself, build climate-proof and environmental sustainable infrastructure, and to protect water resource, create enhanced water harvesting, water distribution and management system to avoid water shortage due to climate change, develop integrated agroforestry and watershed management and reflected to impact of climate change, control volume amount of water used by industry, water pollution control, and standardization, including large facility coffee bean processing. So design a water management system that includes assessment of demand projection and sustainable supply system, and also implemented integrated water resource management, enhance government and community strategy to respond the droughts uh, by the climate change. And then the other one is to promote water conservation, protection, and spring recharge groundwater. In the water sector, we priority the adaptation is including incorporating climate change and into the water sector planning and regulatory framework, implementing climate smart water management among large scale user, empowering community to utilize climate smart water management techniques, and building a new retrofit existing water infrastructure in climate resilience. So based on this, the priority, that activity that we put in the NDCs and NAPs. So we work. Suppose we work with the water and sanitation and hygiene. So we got it the database from the ground that the around 191,232 people is do not have a clean water, and then 5,706 people do not have a decent toilet, and then 44 children die every year from diarrhea caused by dirty water and poor toilets. So in this case, government should priority. Government should put interest into the collaborate with the other sector regarding to the water supply. So we also in Secretary itself also we doing the integrated vulnerable assessment in a district area. So we to how we promote and also to supply the best water in community. And also, yeah, I suppose that we water and sanitation is a part of NAP and NDCs. So because of Timor-Leste face drought, which water resource management and water use has been as a part of adaptation program. This issue also linked to human health related to climate change adaptation, as well as addressing malnutrition issue affected by the impact of climate change. This adaptation elements is also part of the NDCs because of contribution to global climate regime, cover adaptation and mitigation priority given to adaptation. And integrated climate change adaptation into the sector plan, program and activity, and hanging coordination and cooperation among stakeholders to increase climate resilience, ensuring our people and ecosystem are more resilient in droughts,
according malnutrition, health people, and healthy environment as required in our national constitution. In addition, ensure that each sector can have their plan and budgeting for the implementation of adaptation in the area of water sanitation by utilizing national, bilateral, multilateral fund, effectively GF, GCF, and adaptation fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saras, for explaining to us some of the reasons why it was so important to include water and sanitation in your nationally determined contribution and national adaptation plan. And you detailed through some of the beneficial effects that will have in terms of community development, health, less children dying. So thank you. I'm going to come back to you. You mentioned something about the importance of government prioritization. And I want to come back to that point because political prioritization is a thread that has run throughout this whole day at the Water Pavilion, and I want to make sure that we don't lose it. I want to go now to one of our participants online, Mr. Del Cid. Is he still there? Yes. Hi, Mr. Del Cid. So pursuing integrated policies also means working on water and sanitation policies to ensure that they integrate climate considerations. The responses to climate change are clearly transitioning from a focus on, awareness raising to more on identification and implementation of actual country-led strategies and plans. So we understand that recently your department worked with other stakeholders on the development of a national drinking water and sanitation plan for Honduras that goes from 2022 till 2030, with a focus on risk management, climate resilience, and the human rights to water and sanitation. So can you tell us how and why did your team decide that these focus areas should be prioritized? And how do you see this focus helping to build an enabling environment for improving access to water and sanitation in the context of our changing climate? Mr. Del Cid will speak in Spanish. People online can choose the language that they would like to listen in on the lower right-hand side of their screen. And for those of you with us here, my colleague Jose will be offering translation. So Mr. Del Cid, if you could just pause every now and then so that Jose is able to translate effectively. Thank you.
Ok, muy buenas tardes a todos, ¿verdad? Muy interesantes los temas que se están abordando en el COP y es indispensable el poder llevar a la acción estas iniciativas de cambio climático, más que estamos cercanos a lo que es el ODS del 2020-30. Bueno, en Honduras nosotros tenemos ya varios años de estar viendo un desarrollo sectorial a partir de lo que es la promulgación de la ley marco del agua y saneamiento. Pero hemos visto a lo largo de estos años, que ya tenemos casi 20 años en este tema, que no hemos tenido una buena participación, ¿verdad? En la parte económica y el país también es uno de los países, si no lo saben, Honduras está en el Istmo Centroamericano, y es uno de los países más vulnerables en cuanto a efectos de cambio climático. Somos afectados por tormentas tropicales, en tiempos de invierno, somos afectados en verano por sequías, y esto nos está afectando en lo que es la calidad del agua, en la producción del agua, y máxime que nuestros sistemas, al menos el 50% ya tiene una vida útil que sobrepasa.
Could you pause now? Could you pause, please, so that we can translate now for the audience in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Okay.
Sorry, so I will do my best to summarize quickly what he said. So Omar is giving us a little introduction to the new water policy in Honduras, that it's going, the strategy that goes 2022-2030, and is giving us a little bit of a background, telling us how Honduras is very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, tropical storms, hurricanes, etc. And that's a little bit the background as to why Honduras has decided to integrate climate resilience into this new water strategy. he's telling us that water quality is impacted as well as water quantity. And Mr. Delcid was referring to half of the water resources currently being impacted by climate change. Please.
Back
En ese
to
sentido,
you. Yep.
ok. En este sentido, bueno, vimos la necesidad, ¿verdad? Si bien tenemos índices de cobertura bastante importantes, ¿verdad? Que estamos hablando de valor de 80 y pico, 89% en lo que es 90% en lo que es la parte de agua, ¿verdad? Y 83% en la parte de saneamiento. Si nos vamos al tema de gestión segura, apenas llegamos a un 20% en lo que es agua potable y a un 49 o 50% en lo que es saneamiento. Sin contar de que apenas el 34% de las aguas residuales reciben algún tratamiento y que no estamos claramente con el conocimiento de cómo se está realmente dando ese tratamiento. Y tenemos más de 800,000 habitantes que aún están defecando al aire libre.
Yes, so Mr. Delcid was giving us a little bit more background, and he was emphasizing that in Honduras, access to water and sanitation is not that low. Actually, access to water supply is around 89%. It drops to around 83% when it comes to sanitation. And he was just emphasizing now that more than 800,000 people in the country still practice open defecation. Mr. Delcid was also emphasizing that although the coverage is high, when it comes to safely managed water supply and sanitation, the figures draw almost half of what is basic services. Back to you, Omar.
Ok, en tal sentido, bueno, el plan surge, ¿verdad?, de la necesidad de atender esos desafíos sectoriales, ¿verdad?, que van condicionando nuestros aspectos de accesibilidad, equidad social, aumento de riesgos de salud, entre otros. Y esto nos afecta en la falta de servicios de agua y saneamiento que limita la equidad de oportunidades, ¿verdad? En tal sentido, viendo esta problemática que se centra en 4 problemas principales que refieren a la baja calidad de la prestación de los servicios, a una mediana cobertura de los servicios en el área rural y periurbana principalmente, a una vulnerabilidad de los servicios por riesgos en desastres derivados del cambio climático y a una progresiva escasez de recursos debido a múltiples causas. Entonces, definimos este plan estratégico, ¿verdad?, con la participación de actores de sociedad civil, municipalidades, ONGs y otras instituciones sectoriales que estamos preocupados seriamente en poder cumplir estos objetivos de desarrollo sostenible.
Mr. Delcid was emphasizing now 4 key areas as to why it's important for the government of Honduras to work together with civil society, NGOs, etc., in a participatory manner to come up with this new strategy where climate resilience is having such an integral component, right? He is mentioning what he was emphasizing in terms of the access figures in rural areas, the quality of the services as well, the vulnerability and the impacts of climate change, and together also with water scarcity in some of the regions. So these 4 key areas is what is driving the government of Honduras and the leadership of his department to work with civil society in coming up with this new strategy that Mr. Delcid is presenting. Back to you.
En tal sentido, el Plan Nacional de Agua y Saneamiento busca la ejecución de acciones y logro de metas tendientes a la universalización del acceso a los servicios, al mejoramiento en diferentes, en la calidad de la prestación, bajo un enfoque de sostenibilidad, inclusión social y resiliencia climático. Y dentro de este escenario, el cumplimiento de las metas futuras no solo estarían condicionadas por las grandes inversiones requeridas en su financiamiento, sino que fundamentalmente por la disponibilidad de recursos de agua y su adecuada gestión.
So Mr. The Fifth is explaining us that it's not just an issue of financial resources, it's also about the water availability and the water kind of security in the country. And he's mentioning these areas of social inclusion to try to improve with this new strategy the quality of the services and again, integrating climate resilience into the new strategy. Back to you.
Para tener este enfoque propicio requerimos de la promulgación de políticas nacionales, de un marco legal con sus respectivas normativas y el financiamiento para garantizar la sostenibilidad de los servicios de agua y saneamiento y calidad en la prestación. En tal sentido, en Honduras tenemos una gobernanza, como les decía, desde el año 2003, ¿verdad? Y tenemos, ya que cabe destacar que también el derecho al agua y el saneamiento es un derecho constitucional en nuestro artículo 145, con el cual se pretende garantizar la preservación de las fuentes de agua, con el fin de que no se ponga en riesgo la salud pública.
So he was explaining that actually the access to water supply and sanitation is embedded in Honduras constitution. So it's recognized there. The human rights to water and sanitation have been transposed into Honduras constitution. And that's been a key pillar of water governance since 2003. And it's kind of the triggering, right, that has led now in 2022 of the passing of this new strategy. Back to you.
En tal sentido, para asegurar el cumplimiento de estas políticas, planes, normativas y regulaciones, además de la adopción de buenas prácticas para la prestación de estos servicios bajo condiciones de calidad y transparencia y sostenibilidad, y además de gestión integral de recursos hídricos, necesitamos que el desempeño de sus prestadores debe encontrarse bajo control y vigilancia sistemática por parte del gobierno. Y es una de las... es uno de los temas que estamos tratando de impulsar a través de nuestro ente regulador de los servicios de agua y saneamiento, el cual también fue creado con la promulgación de la ley marco.
So Mr. Latif is explaining that, well, in order to comply with these regulations, right, and the new strategy, the service providers need to be controlled by the government, and there has to be a monitoring system. And that's why a regulatory agency has been taking over the control of this monitoring of the service providers.
El PLANASA se ha definido también en programas y proyectos que buscan hacer infraestructura resiliente, ¿verdad? Y para eso requerimos de financiamiento y sabemos que el gobierno no tiene la capacidad para cumplir, para poder ver toda esta necesidad, que anda en el orden de 2.119 millones de dólares para 8 años. Entonces, estamos definiendo en cooperación con socios globales, para el caso IDC de Holanda, mismo SWA, lo que es una estrategia de financiamiento sectorial que busca otros modelos de financiación que no son tradicionales, ¿verdad? Y entre estos también el buscar lo que es el financiamiento a través del desarrollo de infraestructura verde.
So we are going now into the part of the implementation of this strategy, and Mr. Delfit was referring to the financing part of the implementation, right? There is an analysis, and 119 million US dollars are needed in the next 8 years for the implementation of this strategy. So obviously now it's into a phase of resource seeking and understanding what are the strategies that will be employed to bring those resources. In that sense, Mr. Latif is explaining that a financing strategy is being developed and that there are different options that are being assessed, including green financing, and I understand maybe even blended financing. So it's looking beyond what has been the traditional funding sources for the sector in your country, right, Mr. Latif?
Sí, así es. Y bueno, para finalizar, estamos en una nueva administración de gobierno y estamos aprovechando el promover este plan a nivel de todo gobierno y bueno, nuestra planificación inicia, la llevamos desde el nivel local hasta el nivel nacional. Entonces, con nuestro departamento que ve la parte de planificación sectorial y coordinación sectorial, estamos trabajando o vamos a trabajar en lo que es continuar con lo que es la elaboración de planes municipales de agua potable y saneamiento y políticas municipales que son las que nos ayudan a poder impulsar el desarrollo del sector y máxime con que queremos tener proyectos que realmente sean resilientes, ¿verdad? Porque cada año viene una tormenta de situaciones de cambio climático, ¿verdad? Fenómenos que nos afectan, entonces tenemos que estar rehabilitando infraestructura y es importante que empecemos a trabajar en normativas adecuadas para que en el país estos proyectos de agua y saneamiento sean más resilientes.
Thank
Solamente.
you. Thanks. No, he was emphasizing now the fact that this is a national strategy, but it's actually a bottom-up strategy that builds, and now the phase is to start developing at the municipal level, municipal plans and municipal strategies that together all aggregate into a bottom-up approach that leads into kind of the general guidelines of the national strategy. He's emphasizing that currently the country is being hit by climate change impacts, namely hurricanes and tropical storms, and there is this need to work really at the municipal level and then build from there up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Del Cid, for that intervention, and thank you, Jose, for translating for us for the people who are here. I appreciate that you emphasize the consultative nature of how you developed this policy and how you're rolling it out, and you went through the many different components that are needed to really build an enabling environment. And so I think, you know, it's not done overnight. There's lots of different steps to it, but it's important. So we've heard all just until now from two governments, opposite sides of the world, explaining why they went for integrated policies. And what I heard from both of you is it just makes good sense. We're living in a reality of climate change. We can't build new water and sanitation systems without taking account of that reality. And similarly, as we look at our climate change policies, we need to recognize that climate change is changing. Climate change is affecting water as a resource and as a service. So there's a lot of hard work to develop those policies. And what I also hear you saying is that there's even more hard work to implement them. But we appreciate the efforts that you're putting forward in that regard. I'm going to move to Mr. Hassan from UNICEF. So we've heard about two policies from two different countries, but developing an effective policy, it really needs to be based on solid evidence. And the UNICEF Middle East and North Africa Regional Office, in collaboration with the Stockholm International Water Institute, has just finalized, a publication on water scarcity and climate change, enabling environment analysis for water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. It's like it was made for this session. Sanitation and Water for All is really proud that UNICEF and CIWI are our partners, part of our partnership, and that the SWA building blocks were an important reference for that report. And thanks to Women for Water, we have the building blocks on display over there for everyone to see. So, Mr. Hassan, can you explain to us some of the most relevant findings and recommendations that came through in this report to strengthen enabling environments in the region in support of climate resilient water supply, sanitation, and hygiene? Over to you, Mr. Hassan.
Yes, thank you so much, and I will certainly do that. So indeed, this report was actually developed with CIWI and UNICEF, and it covers the MENA region, which for UNICEF goes from Morocco in the west all the way to Iran in the east, to Syria in the north, and all the way down to Sudan and Djibouti in the south. It covers, of course, Egypt and Sharm el-Sheikh, where we are today. And it looks and it takes into consideration these countries were actually 11 out of 17 of the most water-stressed countries in the world are actually in this region. And 9 out of 10 children actually live in areas of high water stress or extremely high water stress. And in UNICEF, we advocate that the climate crisis is a child right crisis, and the climate, of course, affects this water scarcity situation. Thank you. My name is Tariq Hassan. Let me drive you through this report. So this report covers 14 countries out of the 20 countries of our region. And it was mainly done through a desk review, through online documents. And when those documents were not available, we accessed our country offices, because UNICEF has a country office in nearly all of the countries of the region. And it will use actually indeed the SWA building blocks that you just mentioned, namely 5 of them. I'll go through them quite quickly. There's one about policies and strategies, one about institutional arrangements, one's about finance, and one about there's planning and monitoring, and one about capacity building. And oh, sorry, more like this. Can you hear me? Great, sorry, because I can't hear myself now. Yeah, that's okay. So the report went through 14 of those countries with those 5 building blocks, and the main results were that indeed the policies and strategies for the climate change documents and strategies were actually quite good when actually they looked into the links with water scarcity. And also the institutional arrangements were quite good. The regulatory frameworks were there. And finally, the planning with the multi-stakeholders were also there. Not so good in the region was that the water documents, the water scarcity documents, did not actually address climate change. That clearly came out. And also the financing situation from the official development finance was not actually great in the region. It has been kind of constant for a long time, and that is something which could be improved. There is no clear drought early warning systems in the region which has been affected constantly by droughts, especially the last year was actually quite obvious, including floods, namely in Sudan. And finally, there was no joint sectorial review, which actually could be much stronger. So related to that, and actually the conclusion, or the recommendations actually related to the weaknesses, of course, there could be stronger reference to climate change in the water documents. We could also strengthen the joint sectorial reviews, and also have documents which actually UNICEF are putting forward, like we have a climate landscape analysis for children, and also assessing the vulnerability on children. We call climate change risk index, very specific to analyze the vulnerability for children in the region. And perhaps also the next steps, and we're speaking here about 2023, to have stronger regulatory analysis. That will also be quite helpful. And advocate, and I think we're all doing that, for an increase of climate finance, especially in this region where actually I think is not addressed as it could be. And finally, increasing and scaling up the early warning systems, because all this put together could definitely address the water scarcity situation. And I mentioned the climate crisis, the child right crisis, but this also address the bringing actually safe drinking water to children in the region, which is also clearly a child right. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan, for sharing the results of that research with us, and with some really concrete recommendations about how we can move forward. And I think focusing towards the future about what our next steps are is critical. We're supposed to have next Alex Knezovic. She's still on a plane. Okay, so we're sorry to miss Alex. Alex Knezovic is from the Toilet Board Coalition. She was going to join this panel in order to talk about the contribution of the private sector. We just had a launch by the CEO Water Mandate, which was great. Some of the contributions were about what the private sector is doing in the area of climate resilient WASH. Alex was instrumental in convening an SWA private sector constituency dialogue where they had a couple of regional consultation workshops with over 140 participants to present, where they dialogued about water, sanitation, climate, and what the private sector could do to help develop innovative solutions. So I really regret that she's not here right now. We do have a report from those dialogues, and if you're interested in hearing more, you can talk to my colleague Jose or me after the session. We were also supposed to have Minister Anwar from Uganda with us, and she was going to be talking on the important issues around transparency and accountability. I mentioned at the beginning that we're here at COP27. Negotiators are working on finalizing the technical details of the Paris Agreement's enhanced transparency framework, and this is to hold countries accountable to climate commitments. And the water supply, sanitation, and hygiene sector is working to align climate commitments articulated through NDCs and NAPs with existing commitment platforms like SWA's mutual accountability mechanism. So let me just take the opportunity to explain that we're using the mutual accountability mechanism as a tool for partners to hold each other accountable for progress in achieving the SDGs and climate action, as well as a way to collaborate and learn through multi-stakeholder commitments, making and reviewing of process. It's really a deliberative and dialogical, if that's a word, process. And this interaction facilitates intersectoral, multi-stakeholder collaboration, monitoring, and accountability. At our most recent sector ministers meeting, which was in Jakarta in May this year, we brought together water and sanitation ministers together with ministers of environment, of health, and of economy to discuss how they could move forward on a more integrated approach. They came up with innovative ways to increase the political prioritization of water, sanitation, and hygiene, and how they could integrate these services into national climate, health, and economic policies and strategies. So as a result of all of that work to prepare that meeting, it was a 6-month-long preparatory process. We were able to secure 25 new climate-related water and sanitation commitments, which were submitted by national governments, but developed in a multi-stakeholder manner. And one example, which is what the minister was going to talk about, is a multi-stakeholder commitment made by the Ugandan Ministry of Water and Environment together with the CSO constituency called UWASNet and UNICEF to develop a climate financing WASH investment plan by 2023. So we regret that she's not here with us, but there's a lot of exciting stuff happening on transparency, accountability, and commitments that have actual teeth to them through a dialogical process of multi-stakeholder spaces where we hold each other to account. I am now going to come to Ms. Kumbirai from the Global Water Partnership. I hope you're still with us. Effective accountability hinges on a good understanding of what is happening, to whom and where, and who's responsible for fixing it. In this regard, accountability only works if we've got strong monitoring in place. And the Global Water Partnership has played a leadership role in designing the African Investment Program that aims at transforming the investment outlook for water and security and sustainable sanitation in Africa. And a key monitoring piece of this program is the Water Investment Scorecard. So, Ms. Kumbirai, you've been coordinating the development of the scorecard. Can you explain briefly what the scorecard is about, and how will it enhance accountability and at the same time support countries to track progress, identify bottlenecks, and take action to meet the investment needs for the achievement of SDG 6 on water and sanitation in a climate resilient way? Over to you.
Thanks very much, Lucinda, and afternoon to everybody at Sharm el Sheikh, as well as those who are joining online. Just a little bit about the AIP Peter Water Investment Scorecard and the process that's been undertaken over the past year and a half. It is. So the scorecard was adopted by the African Union Development Agency in February 2022 and forms part of the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. What the scorecard is really aiming to do is to track priority water and sanitation related investments through indicators and use this to help assist senior leaders to then improve accountability, monitoring, and response to these water investment gaps that are then identified. So the scorecard's main aim is really to track country progress, and it does this according to some thematic indicators that have been identified through a consultative process with key partners. The framework around the scorecard is organized across three main thematic areas or pillars. The first is looking at enabling environment for water investments. The second then really focuses in on water investments and financing, really sort of beginning to see what's actually being committed and what's actually being expended by way of ODA, private sector, and public financing towards water investments. And then the third thematic area then sort of focuses more at a long-term point of view, where it looks at investment performance and sustainability. So each of these thematic areas then sort of include some categorized qualitative and quantitative indicators that will simplify relevant information that will then allow for the identification of some very important trends and phenomena to then be communicated through to decision makers. This will then help to assist in understanding the gaps and areas of concern that need to be addressed with regards to the lag in water investments across the continent. So the development of the scorecard framework, as well as the indicators, involved over 30 Pan-African and global partners representing the public and private sector, but also really incorporating and including the voice from development finance institutions, as well as academia and civil society, who each really brought their own unique skill set, resources, and capabilities to co-create this process. One of the key drivers around this process, or the basis with regard to the understanding, was that we would make use of existing data by way of indicators from various sources, but also then look to develop some new qualitative indicators that might be able to glean further with regards to some data and decisions that may be required by way of investments within the water sector. I think one key thing that was agreed by all of the various partners involved was the need to really ensure that the issue around climate change was included as a cross-cutting aspect across each of the various themes mentioned, and ensuring that climate-related indicators are blended within this wider framework. So some examples around this sort of include assessing how well water has been integrated into national climate change and adaptation plans, but also beginning to identify the contribution of climate financing and investments that go towards water and sanitation at the national level. At the very high level, the scorecard will be disseminated to decision makers on a regular basis, along with country-specific reports. These will also then be presented to African heads of states on a regular basis. And this is really with the aim to help drive and mobilize the highest level of political commitment and financing for water investments. But beyond just providing data on the current status of mobilizing water investments at the country level, the scorecard will sort of really involve the development of key response strategies to some of the priority areas that have been identified from the data that's been gleaned. This will then help to sort of guide governments to identify specific changes that are required to increase water investments, and also help enhance mutual accountability for results in the mobilization of water investments across the continent. Thanks. Back to you, Lucinda.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kumber. It's a really exciting initiative, and we're looking forward to staying engaged with you on it. I have a question, But I've been talking a lot, and it's actually an opportunity right now for questions from you who have been in the audience or from our online participants. We've been looking at the chat. I'm looking at colleagues. It's the end of the day, so people are tired. But are there any questions from here in the water pavilion? No, not at the moment. Think about whether you'd like to ask anything. I'd like to ask all of our participants an additional question, because what you've done through all of your presentations is paint a really good picture about the different elements that we need for a strong enabling environment for governance and accountability. We've talked about the need for a strong policy framework, about the need for that to be financed properly, the need for regulation, monitoring, accountability. But at Sanitation and Water for All, we always sort of come back to this issue of political will. And that if you have political leadership and political commitment at the highest levels, these things will follow. When heads of state, parliamentarians throw their weight behind an issue such as climate action on water and sanitation, and they prioritize it, we really do see progress. And I think it's interesting that in the last presentation we just heard about the target audience is heads of state, so that they use the data of the water of the scorecard in order to take action. So as we sit here at COP amongst decision makers who are deciding the fate of our planet, do any of you want to say more about the role of political leadership and what difference has that made in the work that you're doing? And in case you would like to see more political leadership, what would you be asking of your leaders right now? What would you want to see them do? Anybody?
Thank you. Just at some point at the time that we Timor-Leste, we have a government resolution number 42/2020 and the National Water Resource Management Policy. I forget to share the Timor-Leste government resolution approves the National Water Resource Management Policy. So this policy defines the government responsibility, intents, objective, and strategy for the management of national water resource. We also have the one that I pass. It's very important. It's projects UNDP between UNDP through the GSCF funds that work with UNICEF. So they established 38 water and sanitation, 25 irrigation, and 20 flood protection. So water sanitation and hygiene is service and integrated water resource management depends on the others. The vulnerability of water insecurity is considerable to the high level of depending on the population on ecosystem services as the basis of their livelihood. So freshwater ecosystem in Timor-Leste risks pollution from untreated wastewater and degradation by over pollution of groundwater. So SDG focus approximately by WHO and UNICEF join monitoring this program. So WHO and UNICEF in 2021 showed that the 43% of the total population of the Timor-Leste deprived of access to at least basic sanitation. So moreover 18% of the total population still practice open defecation, while is a higher 26 in a rural population. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that information. We have a question from the audience here. Please introduce yourself so everyone knows who you are.
Thank you so much. I'm Tanvi Oza from WaterAid Australia. I have a question for Mr. Suarez. Thank you so much for sharing the approach that Timor-Leste has taken to embed WASH into the NDC and National Action Plan. My question is, what are some of the strategies that Timor-Leste government is using to ensure that whatever is in policy is then translated down to implementation at the ground level?
Thank you. It's a great. We. As I mentioned earlier, that the priority of the adaptation activity, so one is the promote water conservation protection and spring recharge and groundwater source, including strong links between the upstream and downstream communities. So some projects is already I mentioned, but other things that the government through the Secretary of the Environment, we have done integrated vulnerable assessment in the rural area to identify which area that the more affected by the climate change itself. Then we try to adapt. We try to help community in the ground to resilience for the climate change itself. That's why we have a after that the integrated vulnerable assessment, we will introduce the supply water supply in the each area that's more vulnerable. Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Kumbarai, maybe I could come back to you as well about this issue of political will. I know you work also with the high-level panel, and you're targeting African heads of state through the EU with your scorecard. How is that going to work? Where are you at in that process, and what results do you expect to achieve?
Thanks very much, Lucinda. Yes, indeed, we do have a tie or a link between the scorecard and the International High-Level Panel on Water Investments for Africa. I think one of the things that we're all aware of is that the water sector has not enjoyed the level of priority compared to some of the other sectors such as energy and transport. And this has also sort of affected the level of investments that come into the sector. Given some of the constraints around investments into water, particularly for private sector investors, the high level sort of political commitment towards investing in water and really being able to sort of publicly commit to increasing public expenditure into the water sector is really going to be a key driver to ensuring that some of the SDG 6 goals are reached when it comes to 2030. As part of the process around the AIP, the International High-Level Panel on Water Investments in Africa has been established. And this was formally launched in March of this year during the 9th World Water Forum in Dakar. And the goal for this high-level panel is really to develop some actionable pathways to help mobilize the current water investment gap that's being faced on the continent, which is falling in the tune of about 11 to 20 billion US dollars per year. So the thinking is that this high-level panel will then help to sort of drive this political mobilization as well as international engagement to help meet some of the socioeconomic needs around the continent. So really having that high-level sort of task force that comes into play to really accelerate or accentuate the voice around water and the need for investments in water and its rebounding effects when it comes to socioeconomic development is really, really key by way of the political support that's required. Thanks.
I think you've explained well how we need to know what's going on. Where I think I started this way in my question to you is we need the technical data, we have the good practices, we know what we need to do, but that needs to go hand in hand with the political process to create the momentum, that priorities shift, and we get the resources we need to put those good practices into implementation. I think we have a question here.
Thank you so much. Sonja Hofbauer, SNV Netherlands Development Organization. I fully agree with what's being said about the importance of political willingness. At the same time, the political leadership is changing with each election. So how do we make sure that there's continuity with the achievements and the progress that we have made with our leaders? And I believe a key part there are the sector institutions in place, the senior levels of the ministries and the institutions we have. So my question to the panel is that what are some of the measures, some of the approaches that you put in place to have these strong sector institutions behind the political leaders that are then, so to say, at the forefront, but somebody in the behind the curtains also needs to do the hard work and ensure the continuity of the progress that's being pronounced at stages like here, right?
Anyone want to take that one on about how to ensure the continuity across maybe volatile political cycles that can disrupt things?
Can you hear me? Yeah, so I suppose that in practice, so when it comes to capacity building, most of the people that we do target are people who are very high level within these institutions, either director generals or secretary generals or the technical teams. It's quite rare that in practice we do get the ministers or the deputy ministers. So most time actually we do directly discuss with at that level, and then once everything is, let's say, achieved or more or less achieved, then we take it to the next level and we go for the final conclusions here. That's how it's done, at least for us in practice.
Saras?
Yeah, I suppose in Timor-Leste, the case that we are putting the National Strategy Action Plan, Development Strategy Action Plans. We already putting in the place. So even though that like mentioned that if any ministers or any government changes, so the strategy is there. So we just try to follow and then implement the strategy based on the what we have contained in there. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Maybe my colleagues, maybe the from Timor-Leste here, they can ask at some point. Thank you.
They're most welcome. But what I hear you saying is that with a strong policy framework that can endure, it's maybe the election cycle, which might have changes in leadership. Mr. Del Cid, would you like to come in on this issue on ensuring continuity through the technical ministry and the role that high-level political support comes from a head of state or parliamentarians and how those two can interact with each other?
Sí, bueno, en Honduras el Consejo Nacional de Agua Potable y Saneamiento está integrado por varios ministros del sector. Sin embargo, cada uno de ellos vela por los temas que le confieren. En el caso, para el caso de medio ambiente, tengo una Secretaría de Recursos Naturales y Ambiente y ve ese tema. Entonces, al final, hay que estar motivando y tratando de llevar a la mesa de diálogo estos temas, y especialmente en Honduras. Actualmente la Presidencia de la República habla de mejorar lo que es la institucionalidad, de ver cómo se mejoran las condiciones de calidad de prestación de servicios al sector rural, que ha estado bastante abandonado por varios años. Sin embargo, por otra parte, se escuchan voces disonantes con el propósito de de lo que es eliminar o derogar la ley marco del sector agua y saneamiento, que lo que ha venido es hacer un ordenamiento del sector, ¿verdad? Por atender algunos intereses que no son propiamente de los actores del sector. Entonces, esta es una situación que nos preocupa bastante, o sea, porque hemos empezado desde el 2003 un proceso de modernización del sector, lo que confiere ahora tal vez es una revisión de cómo ha sido el avance en todo este proceso y ver de qué manera se refuerza lo que es la rectoría sectorial, lo que es la regulación de los servicios para tener mejores prestadores, y más en un país en el cual tenemos cerca de 25,000 localidades del sector rural disperso y cerca de 5,000 comunidades del rural concentrado. Entonces, lo cual nos complica bastante en lo que tratar de llegar a una regulación y a mejorar el que van dando un buen servicio. Y esa es una de las situaciones que nos preocupa, tener el cómo llegar a influir con estos tomadores de decisión, ¿verdad? A nivel de los congresistas o de la misma presidencia de la República, en el sentido de que sigamos trabajando en el desarrollo del sector y no dar seguimiento a acciones que podrían más bien llevarnos un atraso en el proceso que hemos llevado hasta el momento.
Thank you so much. Jose will translate. That sounds like there was a lot there.
Yeah, I will do my best. So I think Mr. Delfit was telling us, he has started to mention that water supply and sanitation in Honduras falls under the mandate of different ministries. Ministry of Environment is involved, Ministry of Water Resources as well. And while this is something good, at the end of the day, each ministry is obviously more biased into different issues, right? Like Ministry of Environment, Climate and Conservation, Ministry of Water Resources, Sanitation focus on access. So Mr. Delfit was also emphasizing the need and the ways that Honduras is going through to enhance governance. And he was giving us an example, divergent ideas on how to tackle the issues of water supply and sanitation. Like there are some opinions to concentrate and to focus into dispersed and rural areas. But that seems to be, not completely aligned with what everybody is thinking. Mr. Delfit was referring to the 2003 kind of year as a year that is marking kind of a new era, I could say. He didn't say it like that, is my interpretation, right? Like in strategizing and coming up with governance in the sector. He was mentioning that as an example that there are 25,000 municipalities, rural dispersed communities, and providing services to those, we all know what it means. And then coming back to the political will and whether there is a uniform agreement and uniform voice towards addressing the difficulties of rural and dispersed communities, which seems not to be the case, as I understand, in Honduras. So the issue is there, but there is no coherent approach when it comes to political will as to how to address this. I don't know if I made justice. I know that you, Omar, you understand when I'm talking, so you could just correct me if you think something went wrong.
No, yo creo que está bien. Sí, está hablando bueno, que a veces con las nuevas administraciones vienen ideas diferentes, ¿verdad? El proceso que se ha llevado, ¿verdad? Más que cuando es un gobierno que ha estado por varios años y que no ha sido un gobierno muy bien valorado en estos últimos 12 años. Y eso trae a considerar algunos aspectos que tal vez piensen en derogación de una ley, ¿verdad? Pero realmente el sector hemos estado trabajando conjuntamente y tratando de impulsar estas iniciativas para buscar ese entorno propicio, ¿verdad? En Honduras, en este momento o durante estas últimas administraciones apenas llegamos a un 0.20% de Producto Interno Bruto de inversión en lo que es agua y saneamiento, y esos son valores bastante bajos. Ni siquiera llegamos al 1%, que es lo que ha recomendado las Naciones Unidas desde que estábamos con los objetivos de desarrollo del milenio. Entonces, necesitamos ver un mejoramiento en la inversión. Sin embargo, los financiamientos son bastante bajos y para el caso hay proyectos en este momento que no están ni siquiera, que ni siquiera están siendo coordinados por algunos actores del sector, ¿verdad? Entonces, y que son importantes para el mejoramiento de coberturas y de asistencia técnica.
Thank you, thank you. He was just emphasizing what we were discussing, right? Which is how to keep the sector moving even when you go across different governments and different political ideas, right? And he was mentioning how over the last 12 years, there have been a period over the last 12 years, you know, where maybe the public opinion was not so in favor of some of the politics of the strategies that the government was moving forward. But then he was emphasizing how, despite that, the sector, you know, is coherent in a way that the sector understands what are the key bottlenecks, right, in terms of low access, in terms of, again, the rural and dispersed communities. So there is it's a little bit, the sector remains there regardless of the political orientation of who is in power, which I guess is a little bit sometimes a buffer, right? To try to, you know, the sector knows where are the bottlenecks despite of who is in power sometimes. So I think political will, it's important, but also perhaps I think what we are learning is also like the sector buffering, you know, different movements in ideology. Back to you, Lucinda.
I think it's such an important point to end on, the role of our water ministries and our technical colleagues to ensure continuation, to ensure we keep making progress, while not forgetting that the issue has the potential to be a political win. So when those openings come up, when you have the opening to secure a head of state compact, when you have the opening to get your parliamentarian to establish a water and sanitation caucus, it's a good opportunity to seize and will only help the sector move further. So it's not that it's always available in every context, but I do think it's important to remember that we should seize those opportunities when we can. So we've covered quite a lot of ground today in talking about the enabling environments and the multiple dimensions that make up enabling environments, and they're all really important. As Mr. Del Cid mentioned 2023 as an important year. We've talked quite a bit today about the 2023 UN Water Conference, which is going to be a big moment. But that's not all. There's the 2023 Water Conference in March. There's the High-Level Political Forum in July, when SDG 6 will be reviewed. There's the SDG Summit at the General Assembly in September. The next COP in UAE, and we hope a next high-level convening organized by our SWA partnership. So my hope is that we will all go forth thinking about how we can make the most of these opportunities to advocate for integrated approaches, and to know that in order for us to make progress, we need to be working in partnership across sectors. So looking forward to working with you, looking forward to continuing the conversation, and thank you for sharing your time with us today.